viewers and friends, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are. Welcome to the 2026 Crew Welfare Week, a special initiative dedicated to recognizing the well-being of seafarers and the collective efforts of all those working to support them. We are proud to host this event for the 6th consecutive year, and it's truly inspiring to see how far this conversation has progressed since our first Crew Welfare Week back in 2021. Throughout the week, we are bringing more than 50 global maritime stakeholders, industry experts, and thought leaders to share insights, exchange ideas, and highlight best practices that can help improve life at sea. The first day of the event will conclude with a Crew Welfare Week award ceremony, celebrating not only achievements, but also the shared commitment of our industry to making seafarers a safer, healthier, and more attractive environment. A big thank you goes to the speakers, sponsors, partners, and of course our dedicated team whose efforts have made this initiative possible. At Safety for Sea, we strongly believe that seafarers are the backbone of industry transformation. Their well-being is not only a human responsibility, but it's also a key pillar of safety, resilience, and sustainable shipping. This message feels even more urgent today as recent geopolitical tensions and security developments continue to affect maritime operations in key trading regions. Seafarers serving on board vessels operating in or near high-risk areas may face increased uncertainty, operational pressure, restricted movement, and considerable mental stress. It's the responsibility of all of us to make this, as we said, a better place. While such situations often draw attention because of their impact in global trade, energy markets, and supply chains, we must never lose sight of the human dimension. Behind every vessel are seafarers who continue to perform their duties under challenging conditions, often far from home and with limited control over the risks around them. This is a strong reminder that crew welfare is not an abstract concept. It is a real and daily responsibility, especially during periods of crisis, disruption, and heightened security risk, such as these. This is why we continue to advocate for internet access as a basic human right at sea, a cause that everyone can and should support through the petition available on our SeaFit dedicated web page. We have also launched the 2026 SeaFit Crew Survey with the support of the North Standard, aiming to help establish a meaningful benchmark for crew welfare across the industry. We encourage everyone to take part, get involved, and make their voice heard. As always, our goal remains clear: to raise awareness, encourage dialogue, and promote a meaningful improvement in crew welfare so that we can help create a safer, smarter, more inclusive, and more sustainable shipping industry. Thank you all for joining us. We hope you enjoy the sessions, the discussions, and the exchange of ideas, and we truly appreciate your contribution in helping us carry this important message forward. Thank you very much.
On the Day of the Seafarer, we recognize the millions of seafarers around the world who keep global trade moving every single day. Behind everything we rely on, from food, fuel, medicine, and everyday goods, are people working at sea, often far from home and family. This year's theme, Carrying the World Trade, Carrying the Risks, feels especially significant. Across the world, too many seafarers are sailing through areas affected by conflict and geopolitical tension. Many face long periods at sea, uncertainty about when they will return home, and limited communications with their families, all while operating in dangerous waters. Seafarers should never become unintended victims of wider geopolitical conflict. Whether in the Red Sea, the Black Sea, the Strait of Hormuz, or other challenging regions, we must remember that every ship carries more than cargo. It carries people. People with families waiting for them at home, spending long months at sea in isolation, fatigue, and the stress of operating in unpredictable conditions while continuing to deliver the goods, energy, and supplies that the whole world rely upon. To all seafarers, thank you. It may not always seem like that, but let me reiterate that your safety and welfare remain our highest priority. And today, I invite seafarers everywhere to share your experiences, the realities of life at sea, the challenges you face, and the moments that define your work. Join the conversation using #DayOfTheSeafarer. To everyone else, take a moment today to recognize the people behind global trade, the seafarers who keep the world moving.
Partners, leaders of the maritime industry, ship owners, managers, union officials, education and training institutions, and most importantly, our seafarers, our modern-day heroes, watching from ships across the oceans and from homes across the globe. It is indeed a distinct honor to speak here before you today, representing not just one, but the collective voice of the organizations that I serve: the Maritime Academy of Asia and the Pacific, the Associated Marine Officers and Seamen's Union of the Philippines, the Maritime League of the Philippines, the Philippine branch of the Nautical Institute, and of EEST. Together, these bodies represent the education, the protection, the professional development, and the research that form the backbone of our maritime sector. I would like to thank Safety for Sea for inviting me and for hosting this very vital 2026 Crew Maritime Week. In a world that is constantly moving, evolving, and racing towards technological advancement, you have paused to bring our focus back to what matters most, and that is the human element. This week is not just an event, it is a commitment, a collective promise that as we build bigger ships, smarter systems, and more efficient supply chains, we will never leave behind the men and the women who make it all possible. We all know the statistics. More than 90% of global trade is carried by sea. Every day, seafarers navigate treacherous waters, face changing weather, and manage complex machinery to keep the world fed, clothed, and connected. Yet for the longest time, the contributions were invisible. They are the silent engine of the global economy. Today, in 2026, that narrative has changed, but the challenges remain. As president of MAAP, I look at our cadets, bright-eyed, capable, and full of hope. We educate and train them, not just in navigation or engineering, but in leadership, resilience, and safety. But when they step on board, what they encounter defines their career and their well-being. As Executive Vice President of AMUSUP, the Seafarers Union, I hear their stories firsthand. I hear of long work hours, separation from families, mental fatigue, and the physical toil of life at sea. Crew welfare and everything that is done in its behalf is not an expense. It is an investment. A well-cared-for seafarer is a safe seafarer. A motivated crew is an efficient crew. When we speak of maritime safety, we must understand that safety and welfare are inseparable. You cannot have a safe ship if the people operating it are exhausted, anxious, or neglected. We must be honest about where we stand. Even now in 2026, we face significant hurdles. The first is mental health and well-being. While we have made great strides in awareness, access to support services while at sea is still limited. Isolation remains a heavy burden. The separation from their loved ones, especially during important moments like birthdays, graduations, illnesses, or sadly, even funerals, is a sacrifice that no salary can truly compensate. We must continue to push for better connectivity, better access to counseling, and policies that prioritize reasonably short tour lengths and proper rest hours. The second is the human side of technology. As leaders of the Nautical Institute and EEST, we are in the forefront of maritime innovation. Automation, digitalization, and smart ships are no longer concepts of the future. They are here today. Technology is a wonderful tool to enhance safety and reduce workload, but it must never replace the human touch, nor should it be allowed to devalue the role of humans. We must ensure that as systems become more complex, training keeps pace, and crew members are not overwhelmed, but empowered by these changes. Technology should reduce their burden, not increase their strength. And third is fair treatment and rights. To the Maritime League, through AMUSUP, and through IMO, we continue to fight for the decent working conditions, fair wages, and strict adherence to the Maritime Labor Convention. There should be no place in our industry for abandonment, for unfair contracts, or for discrimination. Every seafarer, regardless of rank or nationality, deserves dignity and respect. Our improving crew welfare is a shared duty. It cannot be achieved by one group alone because it requires a circle of commitment. To the ship owners and managers, you have the power to set the standard. Welfare begins with your policies. It is found in the quality of food that you provide, the comfort of the cabins, the opportunities for recreation, and the culture you foster aboard. A ship is a workplace, but for months at a time, it is also a home. Treat it as such. To our training and educational institutions, we pledge to continue producing not just competent mariners, but resilient ones. We integrate wellness, stress management, and emotional intelligence into our curriculum. We prepare them technically, yes, but equally important, we prepare them mentally and emotionally for the life that they have chosen. To the unions and seafarers associations, we will remain the vigilant guardians of their rights. We will strengthen our partnership with flag states and port states to ensure that regulations are not just written on paper, but are strictly enforced in every port and on every ship. To the classification societies and regulators, let us work together to design ships that are fit for humans. Ergonometrics, noise reduction, ventilation, and recreational facilities must be as important to the design process as engine power or cargo capacity. To our seafarers watching this, you are the heart of this industry. Everything we do, every policy we make, every ship that we build, every course that we teach is ultimately for you. We see your sacrifices, we hear your concerns, and rest assured we will not stop fighting to make your life at sea safer, easier, and more fulfilling. You have chosen a noble profession. You bridge nations and sustain civilizations. Be proud of what you do. Stay strong, stay safe, and know that you are never, never alone. Behind every one of you is a massive support system. The unions, the academies, organizations, and governments, all united in the mission to protect and uplift you. As we open this 2026 Crew Welfare Week, let our theme be this: resilience, recognition, and respect. Let us renew our vow that the maritime industry will always be a place where human dignity is upheld above all else. Once again, congratulations to Safety for Sea for this initiative. Let us all have a productive discussion, create actionable plans, and move forward together towards a brighter, safer, and more caring maritime future. Thank you, and God bless us all.
Good day, everyone, and welcome to Safety for Sea's Crew Welfare Week, a unique virtual event that brings together stakeholders and experts in the shipping industry to discuss the challenges, topical issues, and initiatives that enhance crew welfare on board. I'm Nicola Good, a freelance journalist and editor who's been kicking around the maritime industry for more than 3 decades, mostly as a journalist or supporting communications for some well-known shipping names. Today, I'll be speaking with some top ship managers about how they are managing crew welfare. June is the month when we recognise the valuable contribution of the men and women who serve at sea, with the Day of the Seafarer being celebrated on the 25th of the month. This year, it's particularly pertinent, given the situation in the Strait of Hormuz, where seafarers are being caught up in geopolitical hostilities. This has resulted in loss of life, and it's an anxious time for the crew who are in the region and their loved ones back home. There is no doubt that crew welfare should always be front of mind, given the enormous responsibilities that our seafarers face on a daily basis. Today, we will be looking at how leading ship managers are supporting their crews. We all know that ship managers streamline crewing by managing the entire maritime HR lifecycle. They optimize deployments, they manage complex payrolls, they organize global travel, and they ensure strict adherence to international safety and labor laws like the Maritime Labour Convention. But they are also at the front line of crew welfare, called to act when situations emerge and helping to keep all on board safe. I'm therefore delighted to be joined today by Captain Xerxes Daji, Regional Director, India for Wallam Group, Captain Fawzi Fradi, Chief Executive Officer of Mariam Ship Management, Kostas Kontas, Chief Commercial Officer of Netherlands Management Holdings, and last but by no means least, Dimitris Patriokas, Managing Director of V-Ships Greece Limited. Our discussion will focus on the key challenges regarding crew welfare and the priorities for ship managers in supporting a healthy work-life balance for seafarers. So without further ado, let's get the conversation started. And to set the scene, could each of you briefly share your organization's approach to crew welfare? I'm going to start with you, Xerxes, and then I'll come to you, Fawzi, then to you, Kostas, and Dimitris. Over to you, Xerxes.
Hi, Nicola, and thanks to this team of Safety for Sea for having us on this panel. So we at Wallam are almost 123-year-old organization, and we have quite a legacy to uphold. So we consider the seafarer as the heart of our organization, because without the seafarer, a ship manning company or a ship management company would be completely lost. And we think we are only as good as the seafarers we put on board our vessels. So we have a framework called engagement, empowerment, and wellness. At Wallam, we believe we need to engage with our crew, our seafarers. We do that through office visits, inviting them through our offices abroad and overseas when they're joining vessels, holding seminars. We call them and their families for dinner or lunches and small batches, etc. We try to meet our crew as far as possible and keep them engaged. We also then like to empower our seafarers. We believe the gents on board are running a multi-million-dollar asset, and we would like to leave the management of that assets in their hands. We assure, of course, monitor and guide them, but finally, we do empower them. They are the people at sea. They need to be the decision takers. We need to back them from ashore. And for the wellness part, yes, we do engage with them. We have various safety campaigns throughout the year. We have various trainings, courses, etc., which we believe if they're better, they work safely, they're trained better, it will also lead to their wellness. It's finally all for the good of the seafarer. So basically, using this framework, we carry out our crewing operations in Wallam. Thanks.
Excellent. So all about empowerment for Wallam. Over to you, Fawzi. What is your organization doing?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for having me, and it's a really good opportunity. Mariam Ship Management is a relatively young ship management company, and we believe in being agile and being flexible, and we also believe that the welfare of seafarers is vary a lot, considering their background, their cultural background, their nationalities, and also their age and different generations. And we believe that listening to the seafarers, getting their feedback, doing frequent surveys, but also thanks to data that all our fleet have Starlink and satellite communication. We also have video conferences. We meet the crew face to face on a regular basis, almost on a weekly basis, and we hear them. So we have two sets of approach. We have the standard approach where we have fixed seafarers welfare benefits, such as I mentioned, the unlimited internet. Connectivity is very important today. We give them mental health support, medical telemedicine support, and of course, remote training and e-learning solutions, so they can get their training anywhere they are. And two, very importantly, is that we customize the welfare that we provide to their specific needs. If we have ships trading in Brazil with a Brazilian crew, then we have to provide accordingly. If we have people from Philippines, from Vietnam, from Ukraine, from any different, so we try to accommodate various needs. And of course, we believe in diversity and inclusion, and we also have our female seafarers who also need specific welfare attention, and we provide accordingly.
Excellent. So from what I'm hearing, a listening ear, customized approach, and lots of connectivity. Coming over to you, Kostas.
Yeah, I mean, a lot has been said, and we are ship managers, and as ship managers, we don't have assets. Our assets are the crew and the people that they are managing our vessels, and they are carrying out the values or representing the values of our organization. So we focus mostly in making sure that the basics are there. And when I mean the basics is that we provide an organization on the recruitment, starting from the recruitment part of this company, being transparent. We are part of an anti-corruption system so that we make sure that our manning agents are complying with all our regulations, and there is no anything hidden, and then very transparently discussing with our seafarers. When they go on board, we are making sure that they are part of our family, their families are part of our family, we are engaging them, we are providing the technological, eventually, the technology that is outside there, in making sure that their life is getting easier, and trying as much as feasible to pass over at sea what they have ashore. But you know better than me that being at sea is a lonely planet, and you are alone, and that is not something that something can be replaceable.
Okay, so from what I'm hearing from you is consistency is everything, and all the basics are covered. And last but no means least, Demetrius, what's happening at V-Ships? Think you're on mute.
Hello, thank you very much for the invitation to participate in this panel with these highly esteemed colleagues and friends. Having worked in this industry for 38 years and for the last 3.5 in V-Ships, I've seen the owner side and the ship management side. And I will not differentiate myself much from the previous speakers, but I would like to say that, as I was saying all the time, that the most important asset in shipping is not only the hard assets, but the seafarers, because the seafarers are the actual players, the actual actors, the actual performance of the shipping venture. These are the ones who load the vessel, discharge the vessels, they face the weather conditions, and the small community of board the ship should be coherent and very good, highly motivated. Specifically in V-Ships, V-Ships is one of the biggest groups. We have a pool of 45,000 seafarers. Of course, this is the most important asset. And as Costa said, we don't have other assets than our systems and our people. So we care of our people. We have specific programs with our people. We call it V-Care. We also have programs from the sea for the women, for the female seafarers to be on board, because in the future we will face a lot of shortage of seafarers, and there is a wide pool of women's seafarers. So we are taking care with a program called Waves Women at V Education and support the women. We have also programs for the cadets to have a career in shipping, and also we try to, and the last one, because the time is finished, is some of the seafarers, they want to have a career on shore after they finish the career at sea. So we have programs in order to facilitate and to provide them the opportunities to work on shore. Thank you.
Excellent. And Demetrius, I'm going to stay with you. So 45,000 seafarers, that's a lot of people to look after. And you've mentioned some of your programs in terms of women, cadets, etc. Do you want to extend and go into more detail on some of these programs, when they were launched, and sort of how you are tracking that they're successful? And then I'm going to come to the rest of you and ask you the same thing, because I'm very interested to understand how these individuals work.
For example, the V-Care program, it is an umbrella of various activities and services relating to welfare engagement of seafarers, taking care of the safety and well-being of our seafarers, the various seafarer benefits, health insurance, loyalty programs, family support while at sea, the digital payments we try to provide. We provide them opportunities to take the money in a digital way, and which is more direct. And also the careers at sea, because the seafarers, they want to have a career at sea, and we must provide them all the necessary opportunities to have a career trajectory and development trajectory with training and providing also assistance when they have different aspirations after they finish their sea career. Also, it's very important, the training. One of the most important aspects is the training, and we have a platform when the seafarers can find various areas of soft skill training, a part of the hard skill training, which is very important in order to develop the leadership skills, also the communication skills, the cooperation skills, and all the soft skills that are needed in our time, and are tested when they have inspections nowadays. Which is also, I covered the last one, which is the waves, the women at sea. And with the women at sea, it's very important because I have attended a seminar regarding the female seafarers, and I've heard that one of the major issues about the seafarers, the female seafarers, as there are not enough onboard facilities, there are not the right PPEs and hygiene and health facilities on board the ships. So we try to support them in order to attract more women at sea.
Excellent. And I have to agree about sort of facilities for women seafarers. I mean, that's something that definitely needs a focus, and I'm really pleased your organization's looking at that. I'm going to come to you, Fawzi, because you're a newcomer. What programs have you got in place to support well-being, mental health, and sort of work-life balance?
Yeah, definitely. I think it's the major challenge really, is this what's so-called work-life balance, or let's also call it fatigue. So definitely, we believe that following the technology, being on top of the technology, and being creative and giving solutions to the crew so that make their jobs easier. When I ask seafarers what makes you come back to a company and not to the other, is two things mainly. I want to be paid well, and I want that the ship also is in good condition. So that's why we provide digital solutions that they can use to prepare the ships for inspection, record all the condition of the ship, intelligent solutions with AI integration. AI is here to stay, and we need to integrate it and make it available for our seafarers so they can use it. Of course, we need to train them. There are some downsides, but the upsides are much more interesting and much more attractive. So we should not be scared of AI. We should bring it in, we should use it, we should give it to our seafarers, we should make their life easier, and we should let them focus on certain number of jobs rather than being all over the place and being busy all the time, and administrative burden, replying to endless number of emails, inquiries coming from all parties, you can name it, internal and external. So that's a lot to handle for the crew, and this is where we want to focus: digitalizing, giving intelligent solutions, and helping the crew to do their job easier and more efficient.
Yep, I have to agree. AI should be seen as an enabler rather than something to be feared. I'm going to come to you, Kostas. Tell us what Navalans is doing in terms of programs.
We again, as I said before, the basics are important for us. And when I'm saying the basics is provide, as already mentioned, a decent ship for our seafarers with a decent rotation, with a good rotation, so that they know where they go home. We respect the rotation. We respect, we're giving them competitive wages so that they know what they are getting, and then we give packages for them and for their families outside to what we are offering on board the vessels. And that is, for us, it's an important element, because we have seen that in all the questionnaires, in all the surveys that we're doing, these are the priorities for them. At the same time, we are not discounting those packages or the benefits we're giving from client to client. For us, our crew remains one, independently of who is the client, and if the client is not willing to accept those packages that are important for our seafarers, then it's not the client we want to have. Furthermore, we are working and we have built and we have examples of that, of career at sea and then ashore to our companies. Majority of our staff, they have served on board the vessels and now they are coming ashore, or we have a strong cadet program for the new generation to join, because we see that the future is there. The future is amongst the seafarers. And then, obviously, all these packages with the internet communication, with the regular surveys, with the mental health packages, they are all there to support, including catering. That is an important element for their everyday life. But we're trying to listen to them. We have a feedback, and we are working on the feedback we get.
Excellent. I mean, I like the fact that you're quite picky about who your clients are, because I think sometimes it can be very easy for sometimes the needs of crew to be forgotten when somebody else is technically in charge. And I'm going to come to you, Xerxes. Can you tell us about what Wallem is doing in terms of programs for well-being, work-life balance?
So we have about 3 important programs which we're running. One is Dignity at Sea, where we believe the seafarer should have a respectful place to work at, professional, respectful, non-abusive environment to work at. We have a Wellness at Sea campaign, which relates to safety, training, mental hygiene, etc. We did about 30,000 hours of training and safety campaigns, last year on all our vessels put together. That's about 170 odd vessels. We also have a program which is quite close to what Dimitris said for V-ships. We call it WOW, Women of Wallem. So when the sailors are, at sea, the WOW is the office staff, the women in the office, and the sailors' spouses or partners who are in this program. They have community meets. They get together regularly, and the main reason for this program is during natural calamities or disasters, they get together and we support their initiatives. So, last week there was a big earthquake in Philippines where some of our crew have lost their houses, etc. So through the WOW program, we shall extend support to them. So we have done this in the past with flooding, earthquakes, etc. So these are the 3 big programs which we keep running. We, of course, believe, like everyone, in the work-life balance. We have a cadet program, so we expect our cadets to become masters and chief engineers one day. We also expect career progression ashore. A lot of people in our office in Wallem have worked as seafarers and then make the step ashore, and then they have progressed up the career ladder ashore as well. So we believe, of course, in internet connections on all our vessels. We ensure that the owners are, will give the seafarers fair internet connection on all our vessels. We believe we have wellness champions on board where the crew can speak to them in case of, some mental health issues. We have mental health champions ashore in the office, men and women, where the seafarer can reach out, and if required, we can get in professional help from a psychiatrist or etc. So all in all, we put together a comprehensive package and try to get a good retention rate for our crew.
Excellent. I have to say I'm a bit of a fan of WOW, Women of Wallem. I think that's a fabulous initiative. So we're going to broaden out the discussion now, because it looks like all your organizations are doing the right thing. There's a focus, there's you're determined to deliver outcomes. But turning to the industry more broadly, I mean, how do you assess the industry's approach to crew welfare today? Are we moving fast enough from discussion to practical action? And I'm going to pick on you, Costas. Do you like what you see in the industry? Are things getting better?
There are certainly a lot of new initiatives, and the technology helps on that. My objection, however, I think is that the industry is overall very conservative in a lot of aspects, and you see that because the number of seafarers at sea is not, or the worldwide pool of seafarers is not increasing. That means that the message of the new technology, or what the crew welfare from all of us is bringing into the table, is not much considered from the seafarers as what they would expect to go at sea. So there is a need further for a global campaign from the global organizations, if it is the IMO or if it is the intercargos or the intertankos, that they need to go out there and pass the message that the sea is not how it was in the past. Seafarers, they have a quality of life better than what it was before. Companies are willing to reward them for their life at sea, and it's all of us to be able to pass the same message outside there and support our companies and our pool for the further growth in the future.
Okay, so
Nicola,
what?
may I add something on this?
Of course.
I fully agree. I resonate with what Costa said, and I would like to add that in our industry we have made a lot of improvement on the crew welfare. But I would like to add also that the approach of the ship owners regarding the crew welfare is a two-tier market. It's different in the tankers, different in the dry bulk cargo, and different in the other side, in the other types of vessels. I have seen that in the tankers, we have a lot of improvements on the crew welfare, which is mainly attributed to the pressure that the charterers and the oil majors are done. I remember in 2015, nobody was talking about mental health. Now it's one of the major issues and is widely discussed, and all the companies, either ship owners or ship managers are taking measures in order to protect the people, in order to assist the people, in order to support the people, and discuss also the existence of the mental issues. Thank you.
Okay, so what I'm hearing is that there's been a bit of a lack of communication. People don't know that things are so much better at sea today than they have been in the past, that there is a bit of a two-tier market that can exist. And thankfully, the conversation around mental health has picked up pace. That said, what are the biggest crew welfare challenges ship managers are facing right now? And which ones require urgent attention? And Xerxes, I'm going to pick on you.
Okay, so as mentioned by Dimitris about mental health, but there is still a stigma around it. If a seafarer has a physical issue, he goes to the master and immediately reports it, etc. But the seafarer is still very reluctant to discuss mental health, and it's very isolated out at sea. You're there for 4 to 8, 9 months, depending on your rank. So this isolation can even lead to depression, etc. So, okay, the industry has taken it up in the last few years, but I think we could do better. We at least at Volume do have access to psychiatrists, etc. There is a helpline on board for the seafarer to speak to them. But yeah, I think everyone can improve in this aspect. I think on this panel, I've seen everybody does say the vessels have internet connectivity, but I think that's a bit generalized. There are still, you would read on social media, etc., where seafarers don't have access yet to internet, although it's now under MLC, but there are owners or there are managers who still charge their crew for internet or give very minimal bandwidth. So we need to improve on that, right? Working ashore, we have complete access to internet. We have it 24/7, but probably not the seafarer. Work and rest hours still high on violations in most companies. We need more work-life balance. we do take it quite seriously. We try to get extra officers on board when there's a challenging vessel, a vessel on short run, etc. I think the industry needs to look into this. Yes, we have now diversity and women seafarers, but we need to crack down on harassment and untoward cases against women and support them and support their career progression at sea. Shore leave is another big issue. I think, okay, we want to give crew shore leave, but I think many terminals, etc., do not allow it, being private terminals, etc. There's always an excuse not to allow the crew to go ashore, and I would say this is across the board, across types of vessels, across countries, etc. We need to, understand that a seafarer needs to go ashore regularly. That will also help with mental and physical well-being. So these are a few of the crew welfare challenges, and I hope as an industry we improve these aspects.
Okay, I think that was quite a comprehensive list. Does anyone else in the panel wish to add anything? I don't think you missed anything, but anyone want to add anything? Okay, well, I'm going to come to the next question, and this is one that's particularly significant at this time. There's this ongoing geopolitical uncertainty, particularly in the Middle East. I mean, crew have been on the front line since the 1st of March. What additional support do seafarers need to protect their mental well-being and resilience at times like these? And I'm gonna ask you for your views on this, Dimitris.
Yes, absolutely. This what is happening inside the Arabian Gulf or Persian Gulf, whatever you can call it, is very critical. It's very important because, as it is said, a happy ship is a safe ship. And actually, the seafarers, the value of the seafarers to the global trade and the global security has been appreciated during the COVID era. During the COVID period, the world has appreciated how important the seafarers are for moving the world around and moving the economies globally. So it is very important that we should, of course, make this issue public with all the organizations, the IMO and the other organization, the ICS, the Tango Intercargo, and all also the governments, the unions of ship owners, they should raise their voice and facilitate somehow the issue. From company's perspective, we should care for our people. We must be next to them and listen to them, create a psychological safety context within which they can discuss openly the problems and try to find solutions to the problems. And to be frank, as the parents are to the children. And the seafarers, they want to feel that they are part of a family and they are taken care as part of the family. And this creates the commitments, and also they creates for the seafarers the safety net for continuing their career in shipping. So for me, the most important thing is for the companies to take care, to find solutions, to make the crew changes, find all the solutions in order to bring the people back to the families when the contract is expired, bring the new people there, and taking care of the mental conditions, and also the industry in total to make this issue, this topic loud and a common voice that the seafarers should be protected in any way and should not be, let's say, weaponized somehow.
Okay. The next question's got a bit of it's an interesting one. I mean, in terms of, shipping, from my experience and the time I've reported on the industry, I mean, there's a focus on being profitable and performance. I mean, how can ship managers better balance their operational performance with crew well-being and a healthy work-life balance? I suspect you've all got views on this, and I'm going to start with you, Fawzi.
Yeah, hi. Just a quick comment on the crisis, and if you don't mind. the geopolitical crisis. I think the shipping industry, we all been through several crises. This is not the first one. COVID was very, very heavy on us and on our seafarers. Before that, there was a lot of piracy events also happening. So it's not the first time. And what we see, what is being repeated here, that each time we bring this voice of seafarers are key workers, seafarers need to have priority, and then as soon as the crisis is over, that's also going over with it. So, we should really learn that this becomes a permanent statement. We need more from, like my colleagues mentioned, IMO and other organizations also to support ship management companies and ship owners in making that statement clear. How many times we had seafarers who we could not replace because the visa is taking tremendous amount of time. As also my colleague mentioned, how many times seafarers could not go ashore to visit, whatever country they are, because there are some restrictions which sometimes they make sense, sometimes not. So we need the industry, as you mentioned, to work together. We can't just leave it to one side of the industry, which are the ship owners and the ship managers, to work alone. That said, for the balance between operation and the rest and the seafarers' welfare, definitely we need to be able to make a decision when the ship needs additional crew on board because the ship is in intensive trade, they are on cabotage, they're doing too many port operations. We need definitely to make sure that there is additional crew on board. There is no question about that. Our masters should be empowered. Our captains, they should be captains like in the old days, right? I think my colleagues know what I mean here, and also the colleagues who are listening. So the captain should be empowered. The master of the ship should be able to make a decision, should to inform, of course, everybody informed and say, my crew has been working very hard. Now I need to drop anchor for people to take some few hours of rest. Absolutely fine. Should be acceptable, provides it's communicated through the proper channels, of course, but should be acceptable and should be workable. So there are solutions, but sometimes people do hesitate to approach, the companies and ask to facilitate those solutions or give them additional people, additional staff, or additional rest hours. But I think it's manageable, and I've seen it happening. We are doing it. Many companies are doing it. We just need to communicate it better.
That's great, because I think there is a hesitancy to sometimes ask, and in terms of empowerment, I think that's an absolute key message.
May I add something to
Of course.
Captain? Yes, operation excellence and crew welfare are not competing priorities. They are mutually dependent. And my motto is: a happy ship is a safe ship. And whatever is said is true, is the reality. But we have various stakeholders in this venture, in the shipping venture, and we need, of course, communicating these issues with all the stakeholders and trying to persuade them. But I would like to add again that the shipping industry should be the same in all the sectors. The same for tankers, the same for dry cargo, and the same for the containers and all the other vessels. So I don't see the same priorities from all the stakeholders. And also the ports, the terminals have become very difficult for people to go out. For issuing visas, again, you take a lot of time and a lot of major issues. So all the stakeholders somehow should communicate, and we must continue to communicate. Thank you.
Okay, so you're looking for a more uniform approach across a shipping segment. So I'm going to come to you, Xerxes. Any views on how ship managers can better balance operational performance with well-being and a healthy work-life balance?
So as correctly put by some of the colleagues on the panel, crew well-being and work-life balance will, of course, lead to better operational performance. A happy seafarer, healthy seafarer will improve the condition of the vessel and the operations of the vessel. So yes, important is small things like internet, but very important today. It will help them. Empowering the seafarer would help because if they know that they are in charge and they will get support from the office, then they will be able to work better. So we do ask our masters and chief engineers to step up on their leadership skills, and we provide training for that. Career planning is very important. Everybody wants to start from a cadet, become a master or chief engineer. And then, of course, many people do want to step ashore. So it was quite an important step. And a seafarer will stay with this organization if he feels that he has a full round 360-degree career in that organization. So yes, crew welfare is our priority. And because of the crew welfare, safety training, operational performance will improve, vessels will be safer. So that's our take on it.
Okay. So Fawzi, I'm going to come to you. You've talked about, having a master being in control, being able to drop anchor to give his, for crew to be able to have a break. But just focusing more on sort of mental health awareness, what practical actions do you think the maritime industry should prioritize to improve mental health awareness and access to support? I mean, quite a few of you have mentioned stigma. People don't want to own up to not necessarily feeling as strong as they might, they feel they might need to be seen to be feeling.
Yeah, thanks. It's a very important question, especially for me personally, because I've started advocating for mental health support since even before COVID. And the main thing for me personally is privacy. We should provide privacy to the seafarers. So that's what is preliminary, the most important part for them to accept that solution. Finding the solution is not a problem anymore. Now, after COVID, there are many providers, private and even free of charge, NGOs. So many solutions are out in our industry. And this is something I wanted to add to previous comments, that we see so many positive trends in our industry, so many startups, amazing solutions, technology, welfare for seafarers. I'm extremely impressed and amazed, and I've been in Posidonia, I've been in many other events. It's really very, very heartwarming to see all those initiatives, and I encourage all those startups and all the young people who want to invest, and all the investors, of course, might not be that young, who want to invest in our industry. That said, definitely mental health stigma still exists, I think, not only on shipping, in any other industry, in our societies, right? Also, let's not forget the cultural background of each one of us, which might be different. Mental health might not be the first subject you can discuss, in the countries from where the majority of our seafarers are coming. That's why we need to address that cultural issue from the beginning, from cadetship, from the start. We need also to advertise that those solutions are really private to them, and they need to understand when exactly, what triggers for the suppliers or provider, whoever they approach, what trigger them to approach the company and inform the company that something is going wrong. And of course, they have the obligation to inform us in case there is a threat of suicide or harm to self or harm to others, definitely when things get very serious. But generally, I can see sometimes just the fact that you have it available makes you as a seafarer feeling better. Not necessarily you're going to use it. Many people keep telling me, oh, nobody's calling this hotline, which we gave to the seafarer. That's not necessarily bad news. The most important is that they know that it is available, and by thinking about it, sometimes you can yourself realize what is the problem and you can deal with it. So the positive impact is always there.
No, I have to agree. It's sometimes just nice to know that that support is there should you want it. I mean, this is a decade of change. It started with the pandemic, in terms of alternative fuels and the energy transition, and new technologies being in abundance. I mean, what can we do to support seafarers with these changes so that they don't feel that they're left behind or overburdened? And I'm going to come to you, Demetrius. You're on mute.
Yes, Nicole, thank you. Yes, the energy transition, which has been very in our mind as a big burden or a big challenge, which somehow has taken some time in order to have this transition in the future, but also the new technologies, the new vessels that are coming, which are very sophisticated. So we need the seafarers to be to adapt to this reality. The only solution to this is training. It's training and support from the office, from onboard training, but basically is the training. The industry is asking seafarers to operate increasingly sophisticated vessels while simultaneously complying with an expanded also regulatory framework. This is another issue. It's not only the technology, but also the regulations that are coming, and also the inspection regimes that are changing all the time. They require different preparation from the vessel. So that the challenge is not only technology. The challenge is how to ensure that, as I said, our seafarers, they receive the sufficient training, the support, and the time to adapt. And I would say we must not create compliance fatigue. Compliance fatigue from our seafarers. When all these new regulations, the new technologies, the new inspection regimes create a lot of challenges, and also this have an effect on the mental health of the people. They create stress, and the stress, of course, has other aspects associated with it. Thank you.
And compliance fatigue, new one by me, but I would say it's a very pertinent point you've just made, because sometimes all the programs people have to, go through to show that they know can really add to the workload. Now, I'm Generation X, and sometimes my children, I have to enlist their support when it comes to supporting with new technology. But younger seafarers, they might be quite savvy on the tech piece, but they also place a greater emphasis on well-being, communication, and work-life balance. Given that you're dealing with many generations on board, what should ship managers be doing? Will be adapting to meet the expectations of this future maritime workforce? And I'm going to come to you, Costas.
I think, Nicole, the most important thing is to embrace the technology and use the technology that is offered back at home for them, and not being skeptical or being, let's say, having consensus in adapting the new technology on the ships. The second thing that is very important is obviously to have a certain control of what is of what is used, how it is used on board. We know that there are also a lot of seafarers that they are using the social medias and something that it should be somehow explained to that there is a certain policy for this kind of things, and so that there are rules and regulations of what you do and how you do it, and have them working closer towards an environment that nothing is forbidden, and all and the seafarers, they feel comfortable about it. We said before about workload and how the demanding is the new environment for the seafarers. If they are part of the campaigns that the office is also providing, like Stop the Job, like an oil major did in the past, and they are, they know that the office will support them in these kind of things, then I'm sure that the new younger generation that goes on board the vessels understands where the industry goes and how the industry has been modernized to be able to eventually grow. The number of people that they will go on board the vessels will further grow.
Excellent. And I'm going to come to you, Xerxes. You talked about WOW, your Women of Walham initiative, but how can ship managers create a safer, more inclusive and supportive environment for women at sea? And what I'm particularly keen to hear, I mean, we know there's connectivity, and sometimes, with this connectivity, people can be included and sometimes excluded. And I'm just wondering sort of what Wallem might be doing to sort of manage some of these, the digital environment as well around women and women being included.
Okay, so we do have a fair number of women crew and women seafarers on board. And as I said previously, we do believe at Dignity at Sea, it should be a professional and very safe working environment, especially when it comes to the women, more so than the gents. So obviously, we have a zero tolerance policy for any kind of harassment to the women. Of course, we will have a fair hearing for all the parties involved, but if found guilty, then we will take stern action against anything not in line with all policies. We have small things which will help the women, women-specific PPE, protective equipment. The medical chest has been enhanced, so there are women-specific products and hygiene-related products available to them on board in case required. We have a dedicated email service where, if they have any complaints, etc., they can reach out to the highest level of management in Wallem. So that's another step towards them. We encourage the male seafarers to be their allies. Of course, teach them when they are young and coming up the ranks. And of course, when the women come into the management level ranks, then they are empowered to be as good as any other master or chief engineer from Wallem. So we look into their career progression. And yes, we have the WOW support system for them. So when they are on board, the women at home, the Wallem support at home is available to them. So hopefully with these small things, we get and attract more women seafarers into our company.
Excellent. And we all know that a number of small initiatives can add up to a lot. And I'm going to come back to you, Fauzi. How can ship managers, charterers, regulators, welfare organization, and other stakeholders work together to strengthen crew welfare standards globally?
Well, it's a very important question, and I think we have already addressed part of it during our discussion here. Definitely, ship owners, ship managers alone cannot handle or cannot make all the changes required. I've been in so many seminars, conferences, and like majority of us here said, we rarely see representatives from terminals, from port authorities, from embassies. So many other stakeholders are, or even charters sometimes. So many stakeholders are not engaged at the same level with the ship managers and the ship owners. And this is not necessarily because they don't want to. Perhaps we did not invite them. So we just need to look into the reason, first of all, before assuming that they do not want to be part. I think they want to be part, my personal assumption. I just think that we need to create the forums where we bring all the stakeholders together and then have a balanced discussion and also understand their difficulties and their challenges as well. I don't think a harbor master or a port manager does not want the seafarers to go shore. To the contrary, it's even an economical advantage for that port city. However, there might be some challenges which we need to consider. I'm definitely sure embassies, I met many embassies all around the world, and I always have the same message that they really want to help. But there are so many restrictions because of politics, because of EU regulations, because of US regulations, and definitely we need to sit together representing the whole industry and trying to go deeper into those problems and trying to find that magic solution one day. And I'm sure we can do that.
No, I have to agree. I mean, there are so many fora where not the right people aren't necessarily invited or involved. And, one thing I do know about the shipping industry is most people have positive intent. They really want to make things work, but sometimes their hands can be incredibly tightly tied by sort of red tape or bureaucracy or other complications. I mean, you've had a very comprehensive discussion this morning. But maritime's very good about talking about things that the maritime industry wants to talk about. And this is a question I'm going to put to all of you. What is the one uncomfortable truth about crew welfare that the industry is still avoids addressing? And I'm going to start with you, Xerxes.
So I feel, still sometimes crew welfare is, treated as a compliance thing because of MLC. Something was put in, MLC and DMLC. We need to do this. We need to do that. We need to make it like a strategic partnership. They are our family on board, and we need to treat them the same way. So we need to, not just do something for our welfare initiatives just because, it's mandated to us. So we need to think of the crew as extension of the office staff or our family, treat them well. We need in shipping to become, I think, more human-centric. Just now, we are so worried about operations and whether the cargo intake will be optimized and is the ship safe and things. But we need to be more focused on rest hours of the crew, their well-being, their diets, whether they can go ashore, whether they can travel easily, as Mr. Fauzi said many times, whether they can just, join at short notice when somebody has an onboard emergency and we need to replace them instead of hunting for a visa and trying to connect somebody just, with a visa. So we need to also create a safe working atmosphere. And also, I feel sometimes the crew do feel that, if they complain about something to the office or a show, there may be some retaliation. They may not be given a further contract, etc. Because let's be honest, as an industry, we work on a contractual basis instead of a permanent basis, which is a bit of a drawback. But okay, many people have been with us many, many years. So we need to foster an environment where they can speak out without us taking it in a negative way or show and retaliating, etc. These things would help us as an industry and attract more people to the industry instead of having a shortfall of crew.
Okay. So what I'm hearing from you is that it goes beyond compliance. This needs to be, there need to be strategic partnerships, and people need to be able to speak out safely and not be worried about any form of retaliation. Costas, what uncomfortable truth about crew welfare is still not being addressed?
I was on mute, sorry. I think the important thing about the crew welfare really is to listen, make regular surveys in order to be able to get the feedback from the seafarers. Because only when you learn what is happening, you will be able to find and address the right solution. By taking initiatives alone, that will not add any value to the discussion. And the next thing about it is also the industry as an industry as a whole to be aligned at least to the minimum required across all operators. You cannot have an operator offering A and the other operator offering C minus. They need to be aligned. As MLC has put a certain things about forward about the working and the rest hours, about the payments of the allotments, and about all these items that they were very helpful. And yes, in true, many operators that they were not complying with those requirements, they went outside on the black box. This needs to go a bit further. You need to be able, during that, with the aim of this MLC compliance, to add some additional part of the business that to modernize shipping and become the future, the shipping of the new century.
So from you, I'm hearing it's all about industry alignment. I'm coming to you, Dimitros. What is the one uncomfortable truth about crew welfare that the industry still avoids addressing? You're on mute.
In the shipping companies, either ship managers or ship owners, the most important thing that gives the energy for moving forward is the culture of the company. And the crew welfare should be part of this culture, and we should move beyond the compliance. It's not only to tick boxes. And I will repeat what Costa said, that whatever is measured can be managed better. And we must listen to the seafarers, we must do surveys. All of us, we follow the happiness index that has been published. I have read it in the Intercargo. I don't remember who is producing this, but the happiness index gives you something. Also, the companies they should have ways in order to measure these things, as we measure the off-hires, as we measure the consumption, as we measure other things. We should have something in order to see how we move and what are the requirements. And also, finally, we must adapt our culture to today's requirements. We must not analyze and explain the things from what we have experienced 2 decades or 3 decades ago. We must adapt to the requirements of today's. What is the generation that is coming to the ships and we want to come to the ships? What are the requirements? How we can accommodate these requirements in the shipping environment, and not saying in our days we have not internet, in our days we have not, let's say we had not other things. We must focus what are the requirements of the generations that are coming now, how we can adapt them, how we can assist them in order to adapt themselves and adapt ourselves in the future. Thank you.
I couldn't agree more on the importance of culture within an organization, and also sort of keeping pace. I mean, the world has changed. I think we've all seen the world change quite a lot of time. Judging, well, you can't see my grey hair, but there's quite a lot of it. But I do think we need to keep pace. And Fawzi, last but not least, have you got anything to add?
Yeah, absolutely. Just not to repeat my colleagues with whom I fully agree. My personal opinion, the uncomfortable truth is the incredible slow pace at which the regulations are being amended. I was still talking about MLC 2006, where we are in 2026 with very light, small amendments, generally recommendations. They're not even mandatory, by the way. So that is really what has been just said now, to go what Costa said, the A and C minus. So just to bring everybody to kind of force everyone to comply. I think the largest majority of the industry, they have good intentions, as we said. We know that. We go all around the world. We meet our colleagues. Actually, we are a small village, right? So we know each other. Everyone has good intentions, regardless of the company they work for. However, there are restrictions, like you said. Hands are tied sometimes. So how can we unlock that? By making strong regulations, clear regulations where everybody has to comply with those regulations. It's not just based on intentions, initiatives, which are there, but let's also make, and not to mention the STCW itself, which takes at least 10 years to get amended. And sometimes the amendments are controversial or unclear in a very complex way. They're written in the text, which sometimes the industry has to debate another 5 years to understand what was issued in the last revision. So these are serious problems that need to be addressed, and that's the truth I wanted to mention.
I mean, if I had a pound coin for every time somebody's mentioned the slow pace of regulatory change in terms of the maritime industry, I'd be a very, very wealthy woman. We're coming to the end of our conversation, and I've got 2 questions that I'm going to be putting to all of you. And the first of those questions is, if you could change one thing that would have an immediate and profound impact on crew welfare, what would it be? And why? And I'm going to come to you first, Demetrius.
There's not one thing. There are many things, but we should. Okay, I will.
You have to choose one.
Okay, I will choose. I will start with one, and the rest will add the other ones. Okay. What I have seen on board the ships is that people are overwhelmed with different, let's say, procedures, different expectations, and the administrative burden is very high. We must rationalize somehow the things that we require from administrative point of view on board the ships. That is to make their life easier and leave them more time in order to do the actual shipping work.
Okay, so the administrative burden must be reduced.
Rationalization of the administrative work on board the ships.
Okay, rationalization. Okay. Xerxes, what have you got to say?
If I would honestly wish for one thing, it was a unified travel document. We started off with a Siemens book many years ago where we said if you're a sailor, and when we were cadets, it did work. We could join anywhere with that Siemens book, but it no longer works. Then we started a Siemens identification card, SID document, Siemens identification document. But again, most countries don't recognize it. A sailor needs a visa for most places he needs to join. And yes, it does hold up crew changes, it holds up relief requests, etc. So yes, if the industry can get together and force the governments to accept one travel document for seafarers, that would be really beneficial to the industry.
Okay, so a unified travel doc. Fawzi, what would you want?
That was my wish. I shared it with him. However, my second wish would be a unified crew certification system, because now you get your national certificates, then you have to get endorsement from each flag state, and you change the ship, different flag state, you have to apply again. If we could have a unified certification system for seafarers, could be an IMO document, whatever would be the solution. However, not each time for the seafarer to get a new flag endorsement, new applications, and that is really becoming very much like a business rather than a certification process. So perhaps the flag states have to work together with IMO and come up with a solution. But also thanks to my colleague, because that was also my dream all my life, to have that fancy special travel document. Yeah, we wish.
So Costas, have your wishes been named, or have you still got another one?
I have one more, which I think the most important thing is to have a moratorium globally for the seafarers, that they are not, how do you call it, being consequences of any geopolitical instability, of any war, of anything that has to do with decisions not directly linked with them. Whatever is happening right now, it has direct consequences to the future employment, to the people that they are currently on board the vessels, and to their families. Hitting vessels in the middle of the Red Sea, or in the middle of Hormuz, or in the Black Sea, you just create, you just kill innocent people, and then where your let's say target or plan might be something else. And to me, that's completely unacceptable, and should be a moratorium across the industry.
So a global moratorium. And are we just about at the end? As I
May I
mentioned,
add one? May I add one?
all right, one more.
Because I have not heard it. The commercial pressures that the people on board the ships they face, they create a lot of stress, and somehow these commercial pressures should be taken into consideration when the stakeholders they ask exaggerated things from the crew in order to have some commercial, let's say, to satisfy commercial requirements. This is one of the biggest stress factors on board the ships, is the commercial pressure.
Okay. No, I think, I mean, the acknowledgement of commercial pressures and what impact that can have on the way people feel about their work and their ability to do their work well is absolutely paramount. So as I mentioned in my opener, it's June, we will mark the Day of the Seafarer on the 25th. And a question, an opportunity for all of you to put a key message to industry stakeholders and seafarers. What do you want people to think about on this Day of the Seafarer? And Kostas, I came to you last time round, so I'm going to come to you first. What is your message to industry stakeholders and seafarers?
I mean, we would like to thank the seafarers for their professionalism, for supporting our policies, our assets, protecting our assets, our name, our reputation. So it's a vital part of our business. You know, just a hint. For whomever hasn't seen the video of the Greek Ship Owners Association about what happens the day that there is no ship at sea, that's an encouraging message for everyone to see out there and understand why these people, they are important. And the industry stakeholders, they should respect them, they should work with them, they should and not consider as a necessary and unavoidable part of their business, but they should be part of the business, and so they should consider them as part of their wealth and an asset. You are successful as an operator as long as you have successful seafarers on board your vessels, and the people that you're as a great crew manager in my previous company has ever said to me, it was that, you know, your future and your wealth is these people, and you should consider and work with them for the future.
I have to agree. It's all about the seafarer. Coming to you, Fawzi, what is your message to industry stakeholders this June 25?
I'll keep it really simple. We brought it up in COVID. We have to go back to our word and make it happen. Seafarers are key workers. We've said it enough. It didn't happen. It's really good time. With this crisis and the geopolitical situation, it's a good reminder for us. Let's make it true.
Okay. Dimitris.
We must never forget that shipping is a people business. And for having a successful outcome of moving the raw materials, the goods around the world, and keeping economies satisfied, we want competent, well-trained, and motivated seafarers. To the seafarers, I would say, thank you. A big thank you. The global economy our lives depends on the professionalism of the seafarers, the resilience, and the commitment. I would say with two words, thank you.
Excellent. And last but not least, Xerxes, what is your message?
So my message to the seafarers, again, as the Mrs. said, thank you very much. You are the backbone of global trade. Without you, I think 90% of global trade would not occur. You actually carry out one of the most important jobs in the world. We may not realize it, but the seafarer is the backbone of global trade. Without that, I think the world would not be so small. Of course, the internet has helped and data has helped, but the seafarer does it physically, moves the goods from one place to the other, etc. So thank you to them, and to the seafarer, you know, your well-being, your mental health, your physical health is very important to us because without that, we would not have you on board. And I wish the seafarers a long and successful and safe career at sea, and hopefully ashore as well. So that's it from me.
Well, gentlemen, this has been an incredibly informative discussion. I mean, I've learned a lot. I mean, I'm filled with confidence that, you know, your individual organizations are doing so much. But then, you know, the fact that we don't have a unified travel certificate or a uniform crew certification system, and, you know, the sort of the recognition of seafarers as, you know, key workers is still a challenge. You know, there's work to be done. There's always going to be work to be done. But, you know, this is a collective responsibility for all of us in the industry, and we need to keep at it and make sure that things do move forward. And it's not always about the big things. It can also sometimes be about the small changes, which can be very, very effective. I'd like to thank you all for your time today. And for all of you who've been listening in, thank you so much as well. That's the end of the session. Goodbye, everyone, and thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Every ship that moves global trade depends on one thing above everything else: a qualified, committed crew. Today, I want to talk about what it actually takes to keep them. My name is Antonio Ture from Alberg Ship Management in Manila, and in the next 10 minutes, I will look at crew retention and recruitment through a welfare lens. Not just pay, not just contracts, but the full experience of being a seafarer today. I will start with where the industry stands, then the reasons people leave or do not join, and finally, what the evidence actually shows works. Let's start with where we are right now. Here are the numbers. There are about 1.89 million seafarers at sea today, but the industry still needs over 90,000 additional officers by 2026. And there's already a live shortfall of more than 26,000 officers right now. The world fleet now spans over 74,000 vessels. Officer supply has grown around 10.8% since 2015, but officers per berth has climbed to roughly 1.4, meaning vessel complexity is outpacing the training pipeline. And in many fleets, retention runs well below where it needs to be. In some segments, roughly 1 in 4 seafarers leave every year. This is not a workforce, this is a leak. So, we know there is a shortage. The harder question is why. Retention is not a salary problem alone. It is 4 overlapping problems that compound each other. First is stress and mental health. According to the 2025 Danica survey, 44% of seafarers reported stress during their last contract, up from 35% in just 1 year. Academic research from Yale and the ITF Seafarers Trust shows seafarer suicide and suicidal ideation rates run significantly higher than in the general working population. And only 24% of seafarers report having employer-provided private medical or health support. Second is the pay and financial pressure. 30% of seafarers globally report late salary payments, 9% report not being paid in full, junior ratings are less likely to see pay rises, and nationality-based pay gaps remain widely reported across the industry. Third, work-life imbalance. 90% of seafarers report no weekly days off at sea, 42% now plan to retire before the age of 55. Short notice contract extensions are still common, and they burn people out. Fourth, there is no clear career path. When seafarers cannot see where they are going, they leave. Officer turnover has improved slightly from 8% down to 6%, but the junior ranks remain unstable, and young talent increasingly sees seafaring as a temporary, not a career. So what does the data actually move? Here is one piece of good news. Retention is improved at 41% of companies in 2024, up from 29% the year before, a 12-point jump in a single year. The main lever was salary. About 90% of companies raised wages, and around 75% of senior officers received pay rises. But here is the uncomfortable truth. 90% raised pay, and 23% of those companies still saw retention get worse. Money alone does not fix this problem. The deeper driver is stress. Stress rose from 35 to 44% in 1 year. And stress predicts early retirement more reliably than pay dissatisfaction does. The companies pulling ahead are the ones investing holistically in connectivity, mental health support, fair rotations, and real rest periods. They report the highest loyalty scores in the industry. If welfare is the real retention driver, what does a welfare-led approach actually look like in practice? In 2025, the Global Maritime Forum, working with 12 major shipping companies and around 400 seafarers, published 9 sustainable crewing guidelines. They distill down to 5 pillars every manning agency and ship manager can act on. Pillar 1 is mental health and support, with 44% reporting stress and only 24% reporting on employer-provided private medical or health support. This gap is critical. There should be confidential counseling, peer support, telemedicine, and real mental health awareness on board. Pillar 2 is fair rotation and rest. When 90% of seafarers have no weekly day off, this is not bad luck. It is a structural problem. Honoring contracts and enforcing MLC rest periods is a non-negotiable. Pillar 3, connectivity and family access. Reliable internet at sea correlates directly with higher retention. Family communication equals loyalty. Connectivity is not a perk, it is a retention tool. Pillar 4, career pathway and training. Junior officers who cannot see a future leave early. There should be clear rank progression, funded certifications, blended learning, and mentorship make a measurable difference. Pillar 5, a respectful and safe culture. Around 25% of seafarers globally report harassment. There should be zero tolerance, anonymous reporting, and real feedback mechanisms. This is what changes culture. Let me show you how a structured career framework delivers all 5 of these pillars at once. The core principle is simple. When seafarers can see their future clearly, the urge to leave drops. A well-designed pathway starts at cadet level and maps a clear route to master or chief engineer, blending onboard, simulator, and shore-based training so growth is continuous and visible. Let me show you an example. A 90-month roadmap with defined milestones gives seafarers a concrete, believable timeline, not a vague promise. Each trainee is paired with a senior officer mentor, with a dual track for for deck and engine, so the pathway is profession-specific, not generic. And critically, welfare is built into the architecture, not bolted on. Check-ins, structured rest, and reviews are embedded in the roadmap itself. Welfare is how careers are managed. This structure drives retention in 4 ways. Seafarers can see their future. Training signals commitment. Welfare is embedded. And over time, the pipeline becomes self-sustaining. Internal progression reduces our dependence on an already tightening external market. So now we have that retention fixes the back door. Recruitment keeps the front door open. But right now, that door is closing. The seafarer workforce shortage is at a 17-year high. Those are the Global Maritime Forum's words. 31% of companies reported a new intake, getting worse in 2024. This is an improvement from 46% in 2023, but still concerning. Female seafarers remain under 2% of the workforce. We are not yet accessing half of the global talent pool. So what works? First, employer brand over job ads. Candidates research companies before applying. Welfare culture, growth stories, and testimonials must be visible to all seafarers online. Second, school and university partnerships. The cadet sponsored at 18 is far more likely to still be committed at 28. Third, there's a digital-first recruitment. AI-supported screening and digital platforms cut time to hire and meet a generation that expects that kind of experience. And fourth, showcase the career, not the job. Do not advertise a rank, advertise a journey. Imagine if we say, instead of come here today, here's your first contract, but instead we say deck cadet to master in 90 months. It is a far more compelling offer than just offering them a single contract. None of this happens in isolation. It needs every part of the industry pulling in the same direction. The data is clear. The solutions exist, but no single company solves this alone. For demanding agencies that sit at the front line, we should be practicing transparent, zero-fee recruitment and on-time papers. Accurate pay are non-negotiable. Career pathways must be communicated at the point of recruitment, not months later. For the ship managers and owners, adopting the GMF Sustainable Crewing Guidelines is arguably the single most impactful structural commitment available today. We should honor our contracts, invest in connectivity and mental health, and make career advancement visible. For the maritime academies, we should modernize the curriculum for digital and green shipping. Partner with industry for funded cadet places. We should build soft skills, mental health, and resilience into the training, not just technical certification. And for the industry bodies and flag states, enforce the MLC 2006 and the 2025 amendments rigorously. Fund welfare research, share data, use forums like Crew Welfare Week to close the gap between knowing what to do and how to do it. The 1.9 million seafarers moving global trade are not a resource. They are the core of the industry. We should invest in their welfare. And we don't just solve our retention problem doing this. We also secure our industry's future. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. Once again, I'm here talking to you. It's an honor for me to talk to the Crew Welfare Week of 2026, a very important initiative by Safety from Sea. And today we're going to talk about human sustainability at sea, which is, to my humble opinion, the most important thing that we need to take into account. And, people talk about new fuels, about ports, what's going to happen in the future. But sometimes we do forget the human factor. So you may appreciate that our industry is under pressure, and it has been being under pressure for a long, long time. And we have just now realized how serious things are and how more serious will be. We face, first of all, crew shortages and aging workforce. People nowadays do not go to sea. It is not that lucrative. And the economics, the financials of the people have changed. Middle classes are coming throughout the world. It's not like 20 or 30 years ago that people would love to go to sea in order to become middle class. Middle class now is expanding in other sectors as well. For sure is the fatigue and the mental health strain that we're going to talk a little bit about that afterwards. There is increasing operational complexity. There are pressures about decarbonization and digitalization. And of course, due to all the above, retention has become a strategic challenge. It is very, very difficult to retain people on board ships nowadays. So what is human sustainability? What we're going to talk about? So we have to create conditions where seafarers can perform safely, remain healthy, which is the most important thing, develop professionally and sustain long-term careers at sea. I will talk about the Greek shipping community and the Greek youth, let's say, the new generation Z that is coming. Visiting the various marine academies around Greece, what I found out is that most of the cadets, they just want to go for 1, 2, or 3 years on board ships and then come out to work at the office. And this is not what our industry needs. Of course, we need people with the shipgoing experience. Of course, we do need people to run our offices professionally with experience, but we do not want that. We need to find ways, we need to find causes, we need to find reasons for people to remain at sea, to love the profession, to be a bit romantic, if I may say so, just as I was to be in my youth. So what the points here is physical well-being, mental well-being, psychological safety, professional development, respect and inclusion. You may appreciate that those ethics are different, those things are different, have changed throughout the years. And you will see that the money, the monetary thing is not there. Of course, money is very important. Of course, being a seafarer is a very well-paid profession comparing to other jobs at land. Nevertheless, people nowadays, the youth, the young talent, as we all say that we need to take on board and to retain them on board, they pay attention to other things. Life at sea is difficult. Believe me, I spent 15 years on board ships. Is ship a jail? No, I will not say that. But it has very many similarities with jail. Isolation from family, fatigue and sleep disruption, long contracts and uncertainty. What will happen when I disembark? Shall I have a job afterwards? Shall I return? Multicultural communication barriers. Back in my day, and I will speak again about Greek ships, we used to be 22 persons on board and we had 12 Greeks. So half of the crew was Greek. So you had some cultural, connection with same language, same ethics, same religion. So you could have a conversation. Nowadays, you go on board and out of 15 or 16 persons on board, you have 3 or 4 different nationalities, which makes human connection difficult. Nevertheless, this is the beauty of globalization. So it may be a challenge, but on the other hand, is a fantastic opportunity to learn about new cultures, to learn about new things. Of course, commercial pressure and reduced manning, connectivity paradox, always connected, still isolated. So the commercial pressure is there, is more than it used to be, and is connected with the connectivity, because nowadays to contact the office or to receive a phone call or an email is very easy. Once again, back in the days, it was, once per week that you would receive an emergency message from the office. You were there alone to make your decisions, and there was not, actually the commercial pressure was there, but it was not constant, and it was not, on a daily basis, the phone to ring, the satellite phone to ring, or to have continuous emails. And of course, having this plethora of connecting methods on board the ship leads to kind of isolation, because people do not mingle, do not discuss, do not find themselves together at the crew mess, at the officers' mess, the restaurant of the ship, the gym of the ship. People nowadays, what they do, they finish their job, they finish their duty, they finish their watch, and just they go in their cabin in order to go online and do what they want to do, which on one hand is good to be connected at home, but to my humble opinion, the isolation from family is increasing, and of course, you are isolated by your fellow crew members. Crew welfare is a safety issue. So what I mean, fatigue leads to reduced awareness. Reduced awareness leads to poor decisions. Those lead to incidents, claims that they have human consequences at first and huge financial consequences. I'll tell you, from the club's perspective, but also from the perspective of the international group of P&I clubs and other insurance companies, that human factors remain the leading cause of casualties. And it has been proven that psychological safety improves intervention and reporting. That means more awareness, better decisions, less incidents, less claims, and of course, better welfare supports safer operations. It goes without saying that if the situation on board is good, if there are no tensions, if you have anything you need, good food, good gym, let's say an example, good connectivity with the internet, good relationships among the crew members, that actually constitutes the better welfare. The operations are becoming better. Mental health, yes, we all talk about mental health, and actually we have started talking about that lately, and this, as you may know, came to the spotlight post-COVID-19, which now is 7 years old. And, we understood what's going on board the ships. Anxiety, burnout and stress, loneliness and isolation again, stigma around asking for help. Mental well-being affects decision-making and performance. And, to make those things better, leadership and culture remain critical parts of the solution. So everything starts from the leadership, and I'm not talking only about the onboard leadership, but also the leadership from the office, from the manager. Having said that, yes, leadership shapes culture. So, poor leadership creates fear, silence, disengagement. For example, back in the day, when I was a cadet, let's say, I would not even talk to the captain. I would not even look at the captain. He was if I may say so, the god. And we were not allowed even to the captain. There were vessels, there were colleagues of mine that they would talk to the captain through an officer and not directly. Now these things, thanks God, change, and change for a good reason. So good leadership creates trust, teamwork, resilience, early intervention. And crew welfare is also about how people are treated on board. And we have to treat our people the best way on board. Practical actions. So, things are very easy if you think. I will start with the proper manning rather than the realistic work and rest compliance, because this comes second. So, yes, we all understand that ships are made to make money, and having too many crew members on board the ship can become uneconomical. Nevertheless, the proper manning has nothing to do with the minimum safe manning, and we need to have more people on board because, as I mentioned to you before, we have a plethora of things happening on board: administrative things, safety things, commercial things. I will be, very blunt, and we have to have realistic work and resting hours because, I've been on board, I audit ships, and I can tell that, on paper, everything looks perfect, but sometimes it is not. We need to focus on leadership training. The hard tools, how the engine works, we will find out. We will go to school, we will go to a seminar, we will see how to, to keep the trends, how to screw, let's say, how to make electricity works. This is learned. What is the most important thing is the leadership training, to train our leaders on board ship. And this starts from the very, junior position. People need to be trained on leadership when they are third officers, third engineers, second engineers. You don't need to be chief engineer to have leadership training. Mentoring culture, especially officers on board, but also petty officers, the bosun or the motorman. They should mentor the young children, the inexperienced children, the inexperienced crew members that they have on board, that they come on board to work. Of course, access to communication with families, mental health awareness, many programs, all the clubs, but not only the clubs, companies, managing companies, they do that. Fair treatment culture, and of course, career development opportunities. I will add something here that I haven't written, which is of utmost importance. We as industry have to lobby, this is my opinion again, to IMO to make sure that seafarers have proper time out of the ship. What's happening nowadays, you go to a port to load, the loading operations are maybe 48 or 72 hours, and the port, for its own reasons, maybe political reasons, other reasons, the ports do not allow seafarers to go out, which is a very important thing. I remember again back in the 90s, not that back away, or 2000s, people used to go out. We used to see the place. We used to step our foot on the ground. Smart business. So human sustainability is smart business, and not smart business is human sustainability. So better welfare, better retention, better safety, better performance. So we are going to have reduced turnover, improved operational consistency, fewer incidents and claims, and stronger organizational resilience. I put this slide here, this photo here, because of the smart word, and I want to make sure that AI and all those new technologies that they do come on board will not replace humans. Humans without judgment will be replaced. And yes, in the near future there is not in the near future, in the future, maybe there will be even less people on board than they are now. Yes, but having trained them, having provided them with the best welfare on board, this will be an advantage rather than a disadvantage. Final thought. Once again, ships do not run on fuel alone, they run on people, and they mainly run on people. We cannot have a vessel going around moving the goods, 90% of the goods of the world, without people on board. Human sustainability is not separate from operational excellence. It is operational excellence. And to excel in that, in order to make our ships more profitable, safer, we need to excel. We need to have our crew happy, if I may say so. The crew welfare is of utmost importance, and I insist on that. The hardware can be taught. Crew welfare is very difficult to be achieved. If we want sustainable shipping, we must first sustain the seafarer. And my closing remark is embrace your crew members, love your crew members, make your crew members happy, make your crew members feel valuable to your organization. Give them dreams, develop them, and I'm pretty much sure that you will achieve whatever your company's goals are. Once again, thank you very much for your attention.
Hi everyone, and welcome to the Safety for Sea Crew Welfare Week Crew Welfare panel. I'm joined by a fantastic expert group. My name is Ellie Besley-Gordon. I'm the CEO at the SSI, and I'll be taking this wonderful group through a number of questions around crew welfare. So over to the group, and I'm going to let you introduce yourselves as we have our opening question for the session one by one. And I think it's a really good one. So we'll go around and answer, what does crew welfare mean from your organization's perspective? And how would you describe the current state of seafarer life on board? So if you could introduce yourselves and your organization and then answer the question. I'm going to kick off with John.
Hello, good afternoon to all. Very nice to be here. My name is John Zikopoulos. I'm a senior fleet crew operator in Latsko Marine Management. From our side, here in Latsko, crew welfare means is actually we have the principle for one team. Everybody is caring for one another. We work as one team both on board and ashore. And from our side, crew welfare means also that the seamen on board our vessels have the, let's say, the mental health to work and give their best, the physical health to do so, and develop also professionally. This includes safe working conditions, adequate rest, and access to medical and mental health support. Of course, this goes way beyond compliance. Welfare is not always something that is governed by the existing regulations. This is something you have to do as a company that goes beyond. And since seamen are the most valuable asset of the shipping industry nowadays, it is of utmost importance for us to treat it as such.
Thank you, John. Such a comprehensive answer, and I love the way that you're thinking about mental, physical, and the structural conditions required and what it means. I'm going to move on now to Tanuja. Please go ahead.
Thank you so much, Ellie. My name is Tanuja. I'm the head of Swasta. I'm a mental health practitioner by training. So for us at Swasta, when we think about crew welfare, it's not essentially any particular action or any particular program or any particular event, but we look at mental health and well-being of seafarers as an asset, as something which is a larger professional value and a culture, which informs further actions on board and within the maritime industry itself. And therefore, we are looking at, for us, crew welfare is being able to maintain psychological safety, which becomes possible when there is respect, when there is dignity, when there is safety to be able to be honest, to be able to be vulnerable, which is offered. And when we offer all of this and when we work towards this common goal of crew welfare, for us at Swasta, we look at it as an asset, which is a job requirement, not a good to have sort of a aspect of well-being, but rather if I have good well-being, then I will be able to do my job well. So that's how we see it.
Thank you, Tanuja. And I think it's all too often that we hear in our industry, but we're having to make the business case for crew welfare and give me the business case for not having it, right? And psychological safety comes up again and again and again when we survey not only our seafarers but also owners and operators and charterers. It's a really critical part of this puzzle. So thank you. I'm going to move on next to Captain Konstantinos.
Well, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Kostas Karavasilis. I am a captain, as you mentioned, Eli, and I'm working for the UK P&I Club here in Greece. I'm the Regional Loss Prevention Director. So what crew welfare means, to my mind, and I will give it to a broad insurance mind, crew well-being means safety. If somebody feels good on board a ship, if he does not feel or she does not feel neglected, and if he or she feels appreciated, then the job, as Tanuja said, is well done and on a very safe manner. You know, I'm an old seafarer myself. I started back in the 90s in a different world, different generation, different culture, different everything. And I dare to say that nowadays it is better, because back then there was no crew welfare at all. Now we do have crew welfare. I mean, all companies such as Latsko, let's say, they do have programs for their crew members. They do take care of their crew members. I'm not saying that back in the 90s they didn't take care of us, but it was a completely different era that most of you, that you are below 40, you cannot understand how the work-life balance was, how was to work, especially on board in a very difficult environment, such as a ship. And, you know, especially the Greek merchant navy and also the European merchant navies, they come from, you know, the old navy. So where the rank was important, and not only the rank, the person with the rank. So nowadays those things, you know, tend to be diminished. Nevertheless, we haven't arrived yet to where we used to be, and we should do more about that.
Absolutely. But I like that we're seeing some positive direction, Captain Koskas. Okay, I'm going to move on to Katerina. If you can go next, please.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for inviting me. It's an honor for me. I'm the crewing manager of Arsenio ships, and the way we think welfare since our first day of operation is how to create a working environment which all the crew members, respectively their nationality, their gender, can perform their duties safely while maintaining their physical and mental health on board. Right now, we are managing about 11 bulk carriers. So, we have about 400 seafarers, mainly Filipino. It used to be great, let's say, taboo for a Filipino crew. We see that through the years, this is something that has improved. The last couple of years, we have also introduced the crew welfare manual based on MLC and Red Ship welfare pillars. But what we are trying to do is to implement it daily, as we used to have, because it's not only about procedures and documentation, it's about human relationships. And this is an advantage that we are not a so big company, let's say. We have personal relationship with the crew, and I think this makes it more personal and not procedural.
Thank you, Katerina, and thank you for the approach. I think the more we can make that link, that causation link between happy crews, well looked after crews, and improved outcomes in terms of our safety, the better. Captain Harry, I'm going to come to you next.
Hi, Abby. Thank you. I'm Captain Hari Subramaniam. I'm the Chief Commercial Officer with Howden Marine Cargo and Logistics. Howden are essentially an insurance broking firm. However, I've come in as a specialist. My last 16 years was heading the risk management team of the Ship Owners P&I Club. And that's where actually I developed, where I could actually bring back what was missing for seafarers. We've sailed a long time ago. Life was different at sea. The pressures were different. There were pros and cons. It's a different landscape now, which is, I think, along with technology and connectivity, has added some stress to the seafarers as well. You got to stay on the ball all the while, and due to which they need extra TLC. So once I realized I reached the platform along with my position with the Nautical Institute, VISTA, we try our best to rally whatever forces we can ashore to make that difference for our seafarers. It's all about walking the talk. We could come back next year for the Day of the Seafarer and be discussing the same things, having achieved nothing in between. But I think finally we need to walk the talk. So with Howden, it's brilliant because what's a captain like me doing at an insurance broking company? I'm a specialist, like I said, and Howden believes in a people-first culture. And with the marine cargo and logistics teams, they realize that seafarers are the most important assets. And so they have people like me who are now ambassadors, who are running amok in the industry, trying to spread the good word and bring about that change. So happy to be here. Thank you.
Brilliant. Thank you, Captain Harry. I really like that. Seafarers are our most important asset, and aren't they just? And I think the other thing you touched on, which we'll get onto shortly, is actually doing something. In all the research we've done at SSI, we found actually data isn't necessarily our problem. We've got plenty of data. It's the comparability and the usability of that data. And perhaps we'll get into some of that in due course. And then finally, to answer our opening question, Chirag, I'm going to come over to you.
Thank you very much for having me here. My name is Chirag Bari. I'm the International Operations Manager at ICE1, a former seafarer as well. And for me, seafarers' welfare basically means that we are able to provide a safe, fair, and inclusive maritime sector, that provides them, the fulfilling and sustainable livelihood. And it's just not important that we look after the seafarers' welfare, but it's also important that their families are also being looked after during this entire time. Seafarers work for their families. So I would always say that the seafarers and their families are integral part of the things that we have to provide them the best of possible support. And how do we do at that in ICE1 is like we operate a 24/7 free of cost helpline for the seafarers and their families worldwide. It speaks in multilingual languages. It is operational 24/7, confidential. Seafarers from various parts of the world contact us. And through that, we understand what are the trends and themes going on around the seafarers' welfare sector. And that we use as a data to then inform our projects that we build up on to provide more welfare support to the seafarers as well as their families. So for us, actually, it's about that we would like to drive seafarer center change within the maritime sector for better health, safety, and well-being amongst the seafarers and their families. Thank you.
Thank you, Chirag. I like that. So safe, fair, and inclusive maritime sector. I'm going to take that away. And I'm going to stay with you, actually, as we move into our next question, and perhaps that seafarer-led approach that you take at ICE1, and ask, what are the most pressing welfare concerns that seafarers are raising at the moment? And are there any trends the industry ought to be paying more close attention to in response to that?
Yeah. Thank you. So with the advancement of technology, things are also changing and how the seafarers are approaching the helpline. And if you could see here that in the helpline from the last couple of years, we are seeing a more intense cases that are coming to the helpline. Seafarers are now talking in depth about their problems. And many of the cases are landing up are around emotional support cases and the real mental health cases. number of cases around people having suicidal ideations have increased. Unfortunately, people have reported to us an increase in cases around bullying and harassment. And many of these cases surround around women seafarers. And I'm talking not only just merchant shipping, but also I'm talking about the yachting sector as well. And so all of these put a tremendous amount of stress on the seafarers as well as their family members. We believe that supporting or providing a listening ear to the seafarers or their family members during this time, guiding them with practical support, is something which can help them to at least distress themselves or maybe have a perspective to look at these causes or the problems differently, and then guide them who is best placed in the sector to further help them out in these situations. So I think that is something which our helplines do, and our awareness sessions and programs at various maritime colleges also provide support to the young seafarers prior to join merchant shipping, to at least have an awareness of what they're expected to come around and how they can improve their coping strategies to have a better, sustainable careers at sea.
Thank you, Chirag. And before I move on to our ship management friends in the room, I'm going to come along that theme of psychological safety and ask Tanuja if you could weigh in and tell us more about what you're hearing.
Yeah, thank you so much. I want to zoom in and sort of speak a little bit in terms of if we look at the entire ecosystem and everybody within that ecosystem, a seafarer who is supported by a team which is on shore, their family members, the ship owners, so all of the stakeholders who are within the ecosystem see their own individual mental health differently, but also at the same time, the seafarers' mental health differently. And I think one of the things that we have been trying to do is that the pain points then for each one of them are different, so to say. Zooming in on seafarers and some experience from us at Swastha has been 2-3 very critical things. One is that I think I would like to double down on what Chirag said in terms of technology, whereby you're connected in the most major way, or you're more connected than you have ever been before. But we also hear individuals talk a lot more about feeling a lot more isolated and a lot more lonelier than before. People talk about sort of earlier, I would not know what was happening back home because you would not have so much connectivity. But now I know and I feel left out, or I feel sad and I feel hurt. So that while the connection and isolation sort of comes in together, and I think that's a very interesting dilemma. But in addition to that, fatigue, and lastly also there's a lot of silence around talking about a lot of these issues. So for us, when we look at these 3 problems, the first aspect that we approach is addressing the silence, that how do we make them feel safe and comfortable to be able to open up about their distress, which does not have any repercussions or any violations or any sort of concern, so to say, which then allows us to cater to the aspects around fatigue and exhaustion and isolation and connection and support for them.
Absolutely. And the more that we can make it possible to talk about these things, the more we can actually tackle some of the causing factors head on. I'm going to move over to some of the more ship management side and hear about what's happening inside the organizations and what you're hearing from your seafarers. So Katerina, I wonder if you could respond to the question on what you're hearing from your teams.
It is very essential to understand exactly how the seafarers feel, why this job is so demanding. Of course, we have improvement through the years, but still there are a lot of things that should be done. One certain thing that we should follow up, and from a lot of surveys is coming up, is the short leave, which is very, very essential. So crew is asking again and again for short leave, but sometimes this is not so easy. It's not easy for us as management companies to have all the tools in order to perform this. So there are a lot of things that yet in order to have seafarers to have a sustainable career, there are not a lot of things that should be yet improved.
Absolutely, that issue of shore leave comes up time and time again in our surveys as well. Of course, it's such a critical piece to get right, and and so varying as well. There's no consistency as well as it being very difficult. Thank you, Katerina. John, I'd like to turn to you.
Ellie, if I may,
Yeah, of course you can.
interrupt. Sorry,
Please
John,
do.
for coming like this. So, shore leave is a huge issue, and nobody is talking. I mean, we are talking about that, but it is not taken that into account. And I will connect it a bit with the contracts. You have 4 and 6 and 8 months contracts, and I will not say anything about the office because most of the times when we talk about seafarers, we talk about officers, and we neglect to mention the crew. So you have a crew member signing up to join a ship for 6 or 8 months. An officer signs for 4 months or 6 months. So there you have a difference. Okay, so back in our days, we used to go to a port and stay for 10 days, 11 days, 12, 15 days. We had time to visit the place. Now the same port, first of all, the terminal is out of the city, somewhere in the middle of nowhere. For example, Rotterdam, the terminal used to be in the city, now is 60 kilometers out of the city, in the middle of nowhere. Okay, that's an example. And this applies to many ports around the world. And then the same operation that used to take 10 days now takes 72 hours. And on top of that, you have a guy who has been on board for 6 months and he has done maybe the same trip for several times. So it's literally, I will not say like jail, but kind of. So I think is a multi-factor issue. This is fatigue, is isolation, is the contracts, and I insist on that. I was very lucky in my career to have, throughout my career, 13 weeks, not throughout, but very big time of my career, 13 weeks in, 13 weeks out.
Makes it
okay. I know that it is difficult for the managing companies to do that. I know it needs too much planning. Nevertheless, I'm not saying to do that, but it's just an example, and it's a multifactorial thing. And apologies for
That's fine, Kostas. And I think you're right. The point is we need a group of different stakeholders here to solve this, and it's not one single folk who can do it on their own. John, I was going to come to you and see whether there are other issues that you were getting from the seafarer community that you work with.
First of all, I completely agree with what Katerina and Captain Kostas said. Shore leave is, of course, vital for the seamen. They provide an opportunity for them to get ashore. And I understand the points completely. I don't want to cover any more on shore leave because the other panelists did a wonderful job covering this. What I want to stress is an issue that is all present in the seaman's life, and it's fatigue, especially in this kind of age and time. Right now, we are talking about increased operational complexity. We say administrative requirements. We say a lot of compressed port schedule, as the other panelists said. And although regulatory requirements are met, the seamen continue to be tired all the time. Now, in terms of other emerging trends, because as a company we employ a lot of cadets and Greek cadets as well, both engine and deck, we see a trend that they value more and more the balanced employment. I mean, the work-life balance and what kind of mental and physical safety you can provide on board the vessel. Since retention of the crew is highly important, all the more as the years go by, and we see less and less seamen joining the worldwide pool, I believe a company's retention from now on will be very crucial on how they will be handling this kind of expectations from the crew.
Thank you, John. And it hadn't occurred to me, but of course that Gen Z theme, which we hear so much about ashore as a problem, is perhaps the thing that will change our shipping industry for the better. And perhaps I can stay with you, John, to just ask a little bit more about that, because you're talking about compliance. And of course, as we all know, MLC compliance it's a flaw. It's the absolute minimum in terms of safe manning levels that we should be able to take a ship from A to B with. It is not an aspirational crewing level. It's not optimal. So I suppose my question to you, and I'll come to others as well, is that in the context of commercial incentives operating quite differently, how can we move further away from MLC being a target to MLC being the absolute floor? What are the opportunities we have there?
Now, MLC is, I would say, of highest importance. It's actually one of the 4 pillars of today's shipping industry. Although it has significantly improved the state of welfare on board the vessels, it is the bare minimum, as you said. It's the essential. And this goes to what we said before, that welfare goes beyond compliance. It is not something you can always stick to the regulations and say, okay, I'm right now covered, I'm okay, and everybody on board should feel the same. I believe in cases of commercial decision, the greatest opportunity lies in aligning, let's say, the commercial decision-making with welfare outcomes. Operational efficiency and vessel performance, retention are all influenced by crew welfare in the end. However, yet these factors are not yet always taken into account in commercial decision-making. The industry should increasingly, let's say, view welfare as a value driver. Right now, I believe in most cases, they see it as some kind of cost center.
I completely agree. And I think the more that we can do to draw the link between improved welfare resulting in lower claims, improved welfare meaning a portfolio is lower risk for a financer, but also at the chartering level, can we incentivize better? Can we select vessels which are demonstrably better in terms of welfare outcomes, because we know they will commercially be more stable, and we know that the seafarers are genuinely having a better experience on board? And how can we validate that? How can we be sure that that isn't just a box ticking exercise? And if we go back to that shore leave question and fatigue question, if we were to compare port state records with rest hour records, we know that things are being falsified. We know that to be the case. So how do we get to a point where it is okay to call out, not necessarily to blame, but to call out that the system isn't quite right, and we need to figure out the commercial incentives to fix that? Katerina, I'd also like to come to you and ask the question about commercial incentives around welfare and how we can bring that closer to aiming to do better than MLC compliance.
I think my colleague John said everything. Indeed, the MLC sets the minimum. What we are trying to do here, and with the assistant flagship and ISS, is to go above the minimum. It is a very good effort to do that, but still we are getting documentation. We ask a lot from our seafarers. And at the end of the day, we have to understand and we have to think, if all this noise about welfare and all these requirements add value to the actual everyday life on board, or create more fatigue, or create more requirements. And also my feeling is that the market does not reward operators who invest beyond compliance. We have to set some KPIs, some indicators that they are well known in the industry, they are accepted, and this to be part of the commercial deal. When charterers ask for specification, they should get engaged and also ask about these ratios, about these KPIs, about the performance of the operation and welfare of the crew. When this happens, I think it becomes let's say, a topic for conversation in the boardroom. And this is what we want as crewing departments, because there are the decision makers on how the resources are used.
I couldn't agree more, and you say it in such an eloquent way, so I'm glad this is being recorded, because I'm going to copy every word you've said. I want to come to our insurers and ask a similar question.
Could I just jump in very quickly on the previous question? I wouldn't take too long. Charterers are help driving this actually, because with the TMSA in the oil tanker industry, as well as you have a dry BMS, which actually sets a benchmarking amongst operators, which sets standards. And crew welfare is an important part of both these. So I think charterers are helping drive that. The better you are on crew welfare, the better your ranking is. And then that actually drives a commercial sense for people who only understand that value in boardrooms. And then hopefully that would help just above the very basic MLC, which is statutory.
You're absolutely right. And of course, the TMSA and the DBMS have the opportunity to come together a bit closer. And we're certainly having conversations with both OCIMF and the Drive Centre of Excellence and RightShip to say, how could your data be better aligned? And to Katerina's point, how can we have shared indicators so that across the board, we're seeing the same things being measured and there is a consistency in that so we can actually track what progress looks like. I think it's incredibly important. Before I move on to the question of insurance, though, because I do want to go upstream, I'd love to hear from Chirag and then from Tanuja about this question of the MLC baseline and how different it feels like things are and what opportunities you're seeing to really drive performance to move away from that as a target. Chirag, do you want to go first?
Sure. Yeah, so I think MLC, what I feel is the minimum standards, what I think the companies should have. Whereas what we understand that a lot of companies are also taking a lot of other initiatives to build up on the MLC standards. But there are a lot of companies out there in the market who do not even comply an inch of the MLC requirements, and they are still, are operating around it. And what I feel like, that having these kind of benchmarking will definitely have an impact on their commercial, when it hurts, how the owners of these people will hurt is when the commercials are going to be hit, then only they will realize that it's important to look after the seafarers' welfare. And what the cases comes in the helpline is mostly from these low-hanging fruits, basically, where the seafarers do not get enough support, where they work on the minimum standards or not even some of the ships, they not have even proper qualified crew or the certified crew even. We have seen in some of the cases where the seafarers do not even have the proper certificates or they do not have been they have fake certificates or they have been recruited through fraudulent means by paying money and everything. And they're working on sanctioned vessels or illegal cargo has been carried on board and they have no idea. So all of these things boils down to one area that the good ship owner will do everything possible to help protect their people, their seafarers, whereas these bad owners, or I would say the people who really need a more, we need to work with them a bit more, are the ones who really will make the seafarers suffer most. And most importantly, we need to also look into the minimum crew manning things. The minimum crew manning thing was developed in some ways to help the ship owner, but I think that has been misused somehow into making the entire and what Captain also mentioned earlier about the shore leaves. I think this is also something which we really need to look into, that it's just not the shore leave, it's just also the number of crew on board are also getting lower and lower. Sorry, I can say on that a lot more. My time is over, but then back to you. I think we'll have more interventions in the
Oh yeah, we should definitely get up to that. And I'd also like to come back on what you almost got to, which was abandonment, but we'll come to that shortly. And I'll just wrap up this point. And Tanuja, I just wonder if you wanted to add anything else on this question before we move on.
Yeah, I'll not repeat what has already been shared, but I think one is that, as we're saying, that minimum standards is not the benchmark. And that sort of understanding is very, very critical. But also, how do we look at and how do we advocate also for health, well-being, welfare, psychological safety, all of it to be interdependent, and how each one of them have an impact on the other, and boiling down to how each one of them have an impact on the financial and the monetary aspect of the work that is happening. One of the things that I do want to highlight is also in terms of that while there is a lot of visibility in terms of where things are going wrong, I think it will also help to bring out examples in terms of ships and spaces where ship owners are really prioritizing well-being, health, crew welfare as examples, which would also allow us opportunity to learn in terms of what can be done creatively, but at the same time give more visibility to and also sort of an aspirational North Star for other competitors and stakeholders to sort of consider in terms of their own ships as well.
I love that, Tanuja. And let's flip the question, not just where is it falling apart and what's the problem, but who is doing best work and how is that stacking up in terms of resilience and retention and happiness on board? Thank you. And I think both you and Chirag touched on something which is really vital here, which is that there are different kinds of ship owners, and we have the best in show. They're already doing fantastic work. And then we have the worst in show, and it's unlikely that we're going to change them, but there's a huge middle where if the structures are in the right way, we have a much greater opportunity to be able to shift them to aspire to be those at the top that you raised. Okay, we're going to move into a bit more upstream, I guess, and we're lucky enough to have two different types of insurance on the call, and I'm really interested in the incentivization piece on the insurer side. So I would love to come first to Captain Costas and then to Captain Harry, and just to ask, what is the role of insurance and how is welfare showing up in the process of insuring either Hull Machinery or in the P&I sense? Where is welfare showing up and how is it playing a role and how does it change your decision making?
Well, Ellie, everything, everything is within the data, the claims data we receive. And I will tell you that crew welfare is crucial for all kinds of claims, even shortage claims, because, at the end of the day, we blame the captain that he didn't take the drafts in a correct manner. Now, let's step back. Doesn't this guy, being a master, know how to take the drafts? Of course he knows. It's his job. He has been doing that for 20 or so years or 15 or so years. So why did he do such a mistake, if I may say so? Is it fatigue? Is it that he's not feeling well? So everything, if you deep inside the root causes and, why something happened, I would say that, okay, we all know that most of the accidents happen due to people, Anyway, we know that, but if we go a bit more down, if we dig down that, so is it competence? Maybe, but it's not the hard thing, if you are at sea for, 10 years, for sure, you know how to screw a driver, you know how to fix a liner, okay? It took you 10 years, but you learned how to fix it, okay? So I think that good crew welfare reflects safety, as I mentioned before. Safety and claims. Yes, of course, freak accidents happen, okay. But at the end of the day, I truly believe, and having analyzed many incidents, both crew incidents, I mean injuries and deaths, etc., and also claims, shortage or whatever, groundings or collisions. At the end of the day, it comes how the crew involved was happy, if I may say so, working on board, if they felt well. And you can tell that certain fleets with big programs, I will not mention companies, crew welfare programs, their claims record is better. And I compare like with like, this kind of vessels, this age of vessels, same flag, same, class, everything, Ajax or, white flags, everything. And then you see a company performing like this, whereas the other one that has better crew welfare programs performs better. And, it is there, but we need to see it through the data. Unfortunately, we don't. That's the thing.
And I think the challenge, of course, with loss prevention and with underwriting to some extent is we simply don't have the time day to day to dig into the second layer of data, right? Which is driving what we believe to be true. But if we're starting to see claims data reflecting good welfare schemes, then I hope we can start doing that. Captain, I'm going to start.
Thanks God, technology is here, and we do have AI tools that
AI should help.
Be fantastically helpful, and this kind of data can be analyzed better, not better because we are better than the machine, but it can analyze in a way that us and AI, the machine, can have a better result and deal with the issue.
For sure, it can speed up what we can achieve, and then we can apply the human lens. Thank you, Captain Costas. Captain Harry, I'm going to come to you.
Hi, Ellie. Yeah. So I think drilling down further, you have claims data, but I think drilling down to the root cause factors of these is very important. When you break down and you find out how many are per the human element, it's very easy to stack everything. There was a time where everyone used to say act of God. Yeah, I mean, God created us, is probably responsible for everything, but we can't keep blaming him. We're going to wonder where we're going to land up in the next life, afterlife. So, but actually, if we drill down and we figure out what's going wrong, it may give us an insight on trends. And yes, it's gone beyond the fact where it's just training, because we've got ample training tools, etc. And now it's come down to the psychologists getting involved, like Tanuja, etc., coming in to now understand with all this abundance of data, training tools, this overload of, you got it all flying, coming in from your phones, tablets. And yet the very basic of things people do wrong. It's distraction. Why aren't they focused? It all comes down to that. And I mean, to translate it back for our listeners, why go that far for seafarers and well-being and culture? Even our own workplaces ashore. I mean, first we gauge by coming into the company, what welfare does a company have? If you're joining a new company, let's see what benefits there are. Oh, the dental there is better. Here the perks are better for employees. That's a starting phase. How is it any different for seafarers? It's the same. When we come in here, how's the culture? How's my manager? Would translate to how my superiors are on board. Is the company going? Do I get a small gift for, say, Chinese New Year or for Deepavali? Small things of recognition go a long way for us human beings, and our seafarers are but just human beings, just in a different environment. So it's no different from them. I guess if we just end up treating them as well as we would like to be treated in our workplace, driving move from ashore, I think it's a job done.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. And it almost seems absurd that we have to ask those questions. I want to pick up a little on technology and data because it's come up a few times. And there is an enormous potential for technology to support us, not just to consume huge amounts of data and pull some meaning out of it, but also to drive improved conditions on board. And I think to your point, Captain Harry, we should not have any lower expectation for seafarer well-being than we do for any other job. And data allows us to look at what's happening, and technology may allow us to drive things forward. But seafarers certainly, in some cases, are a little bit apprehensive about what increased transparency and data will do. And not only that data and records may be used against them. So, for example, more transparent medical records or any reporting of incidents they may do. There's certainly a nervousness about that in case it comes back to haunt them. How do we make sure that we are able to use data and technology effectively? I'm going to come to anyone who wants to answer, but John, I'd like to get your view on this, because obviously you're doing this day to day and integrating new systems as we talk.
Yes, in terms of, so I understand that the question is about the responsible handling of crew welfare data, isn't it?
Yeah, how do we improve our use of data and tech without scaring the horses, without making people feel vulnerable to being either excluded from a role or having their data used against them?
I believe this, at first we need to clarify to the seamen, to the seafarers, whose data we are collecting, that why we are collecting such data, why we are doing this, and how we are going to do it. Because if the seafarer know the reason behind this, they will be more willing, and this is of course very understandable, they will be more willing to provide as much accurate data as possible. Because at the end of the day, this kind of collection is done for not to penalize the crew, but actually to help them. And the more we help, the better, because it has shown as well in the studies and viewing retention data from the past years that the more happy the crew is on board the vessels, the more likely to remain in the same company. It is important with so much data that we are collecting nowadays to avoid having a state of surveillance for all the crew members on board, because we keep requesting data for every single thing that is happening on board the ships. We have to be very delicate on what we are requesting. I believe our responsibility starts with that.
Oh yeah, you're so right. And not only the state of surveillance or the perception of the state of surveillance, but also the distraction from the day job. of being asked increasingly for evidence and data and information that is taking even more time away from those on board and the opportunity they may have had at some point to rest. Tanuja and Chirag, I'd love to know if that stacks up with what you hear at your end. I'm going to start with you, Tanuja.
So I think even in terms of, and something that I was reflecting as I was hearing colleagues also speak in terms of mental health data as well. I think it's critical to look at it as a cross-cutting issue. If we measure only how people are feeling and how, as one indicator, then often the nuances of it gets lost. But then what are the repercussions if I don't speak up? Or if I can share being vulnerable, to what degree am I going to receive support? To what degree do I feel that my colleagues will listen to me and create space for me? So I feel getting into more nuance critical to be able to get the real picture. And earlier what you were saying, Ellie, is that we see that the rest log hours are different and the data itself tells different stories when we compare the two. So that sort of cross-cutting data in terms of well-being, in terms of physical health, emotional health, needs to fare across multiple indicators and multiple, so whether it's insurers, whether it's charterers, whether it's financiers, it needs to sort of come up on all of those lists. I think that's critical. But most importantly, I think doubling down on what John was saying, that what is going to happen with the data, that the data is not going to impact me negatively. It is not going to impact my next possible contract. It is not going to be read by my leaders and then sort of affect the culture or affect their behavior towards me. So all of those repercussions, I think sort of boiling down to that honesty requires safety. And I think how do we offer that will allow us to know more about this.
I love that. Honesty requires safety. And you also touch on a really important point, which I'll come back to next, which is around the role of leadership. But first, Chirag, I'd just love to know if there's anything else you'd like to add on this.
I think it's very important that the people who approach, to seek support or to seek that they are in a difficulty, they feel like that they are going to be heard, that their information is going to be confidential, and they need to have that trust built up in understand that whatever they will speak will not move out of that organization or to reach out to their companies. We have heard from many seafarers that they don't wish that the company should know about it. However, the companies still have robust policies around providing mental health support and everything, but still on the ground, the seafarers still feel vulnerable when they look at that my data, my information might leak out to the company, and that would again lead to them having issues with their jobs on board. So I think that is very, very crucial for me, that the confidentiality and providing a non-judgmental efforts into entire this stuff will help the seafarers to come up and share information about what is going on with them and how the other organizations can actually support them in this entire journey.
Absolutely. Absolutely. That safety of being able to report is so critical. Now, I said I'd come back to leadership because it comes up a lot, and particularly just in your point, Chirag, it feels like there's definitely something important about both the company leadership and the leadership on board to create that sense of psychological safety. And Katerina, I wonder if I can come to you and ask, on board, what is the role of leadership in building a welfare culture, and how have you seen that translate into real signals that kind of go beyond the ship? What have you seen that works well?
On my point of view, it's like everything in shipping. I mean, if you have a culture in the office, this culture is going also on board. We say that the master is the god on board. It used to be, and he still is. But I will add, with the other senior officers are also the leaders of a team that changes a lot. New people coming in, other people coming out. They have to get familiarized again. They have to know each other. This is so difficult when you are talking about leadership, and when you have to follow all these things. So this is not only one man's job, it's a team's job, leadership. For me, indicator from the vessels, let's say, whether or not the team, the leadership team, is giving initiatives, is the participation in the surveys of the crew on board, is if they utilize what we give the tools for shore leave, and if they report the shore leave planning in advance, and if they try to keep records, and for people that have not visited the shore to go in short time. Also about all the campaigns we are running for harassment, the bullying, and the main thing is to be sure that we train and we have leaders that respect the open dialogue and respect the other. And this is fundamental for me.
Thank you. I think that's so true. And if we can have those proxy indicators that allow us to understand what's happening in our own crews, it will certainly turn the dial. We don't just have the normal risks, though. I think we've already touched on the new risk of connectivity, being that whilst it is brilliant and we all want free unlimited data, and we have that ashore, so why not on board, we are struggling with greater isolation and certainly the sycophantic ChatGPT and the impact of that. But we also have, apparently until today, but when this goes out, perhaps we'll be back in the situation with the Strait of Hormuz, but we also have increased geopolitical risks, and they don't seem to be going away. They're becoming a new normal. And I'd love to know, perhaps my captains again could help weigh on this one, how new risk visibility, particularly pertaining to geopolitical uncertainty, is showing up, and how you are supporting crews on some of those newer risks, or different risks, I should say. Perhaps I can start with you, Captain Harry.
Yes, of course. It is worrying, especially the last few weeks. We have seen ships being bombed. We've seen innocent seafarers dying, seniors, kids as cadets for absolutely no fault of their own. And we've seen people dying on board due to lack of medical facilities just over the last few days. It is heart-wrenching for a seafarer to see it, and I'm sure it's heart-wrenching for any normal human being to see this. With this changing geopolitical risk, it is a tricky one because it could happen not only to seafarers, it could happen to anyone. I mean, I'm sure the people who are living in countries, I'm sure the government doesn't go around asking each and every citizen, if we're going to war, are you okay with this? I mean, sometimes you don't have a choice, it happens, and you're just caught in the middle of it all. So my advice to seafarers is be more resilient. It's not about just being the victim. Sometimes it happens. How do you take stock of it? And coming back to leadership, we all have to be leaders amongst ourselves. How do we realize that this could happen to anybody else? I'm in the best place to take charge of it. I deal with this myself, in my way. However, when it comes down to other factors with new geopolitical risks, I think seafarers, what's most important for them now is to be able to have control of their own lives, to have a say in being able to be part of that decision making that is going to be affecting their lives. Maybe not always feasible, but in an ideal world, like every other human being would like as a basic right, if a seafarer is given a choice whether he would like to proceed and operate in a political conflict area, I don't think anyone would be able to give that, because it may not be feasible to operate a ship that way. That's one of the way the career is stacked up, and a seafarer knows what he's signing for coming. However, that doesn't make it right that he signed up and this thing. There still has to be that give and take where there has to be a mechanism where they are offered the choice to be able to get off the ship if they do not want to endanger their life, because I think everybody has that basic right to have that decision making of their own lives.
Basic right, but maybe it's not showing up in real life.
Yeah.
Interesting opinion. And Captain Costas, would you broadly agree? Have you got a different perspective on this?
Well, I agree, let's say 75% with Captain Harry. I mean, yes, the choice has to be there. I don't agree. Our business, the maritime business, has been through turmoils at least for the last 100 years. World War I, World War II, conflict, the Vietnam War. I mean, all those things affected not only militarily, the people who were involved directly, but also us. For example, the first Persian war between Iraq and Iran, there were vessels there being hit on a daily basis back in the 80s by missiles. So this is not something new. This is not something that we see first time in our lives as executives within the industry. So we know how to deal with that. And then I come to what Captain Harry said, that we have to give to our seafarers the choice. Would you like to go to Middle East being paid twice or 3 times more with the possibility to get hurt or not? Now, fortunately or unfortunately, 95% of people go to sea because of the money. So they're not romantics anymore. We don't have any Christopher Columbus. Even Christopher Columbus went to sea, went to transit the Atlantic Ocean for money, to find gold for the Spanish Empire. So, at the end of the day, whoever goes to the sea, 95% is for the money. So, at least you need to have the choice. And I truly believe that our industry actually copes with any issues of that kind, because we've seen that before. We have been seeing it actually for the last 150 years.
Okay, so we're resilient by default, but it would be great not to have to be, I suppose, is the answer. Now, I have a couple of questions to wrap us up with that I'd like everyone's perspective on, and one's probably quicker than the other, so I'll go with that first. My question is, if you could change one thing for an immediate impact on crew welfare, what would that be? And I'm going to come to you in the order I see you on my screen. So, Chirag, I'm going to come to you first.
I would imagine that we have seafarer-centered policies everywhere and that are practically implemented on board, where the seafarers are taken at the center of everything that we try and drive the structures or the welfare initiatives or any kind of other policies have been made in the corporate world. They're all seafarer-centered.
I love that. And I've just realized the flaw in my question is that I don't have time to write my notes and then get back on the mic. Thank you, Chirag. John, I'm going to come to you next. What would you change? What's the one thing you'd change?
If it's going to be only one thing, I would go to what I think is the most important, and this is actually communication, connection with the family and home. From what we have seen and what feedback we have received from our seafarers going to or from the vessels, we notice that something that relaxes them, something that makes the whole stress of the voyage go away, is a connection with the family, connection with the people you love, and they are not with you. This goes for everyone, everybody, each one of us has this kind of need, especially somebody who has been on board the vessel for 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 months. He needs to have some kind of connection with his home. And if there was something we could make to make this kind of connection flawless, I believe it's going to be the most important factor in crew welfare. Because as we have said before, MLC establishes a bottom line. Everybody complies with MLC, but if we can have, let's say, lightning fast connection with for the crew members on board, so they can speak every day and night with their families when they have their break, I believe it's gonna have the most impact in crew welfare. And crew welfare translates for us in ship management to crew retention, crew performance, and everything else.
Thank you very much, John. Okay, so connectivity, or rather lightning fast connectivity. Captain Harry.
If I could change one thing, I think would be respect for the seafarers. Because if that respect for the seafarers is there, if we value what they've done for us throughout all the wars that Captain listed, during COVID, that's my pet, this thing. They kept us all stocked so that we could be safely in lockdown, putting their lives at stake, not being able to go home, not being able to be with their loved ones. But did we do enough for an industry? That is debatable. That is questionable. We could do this all day. But respect. If we have respect, we don't have to go around asking. We probably wouldn't even have this webinar. Because, it's already there. Once that respect is there, everything just falls into place. I think right from rules, regulations, welfare, everything. I think it all boils down to us not respecting our seafarers enough. And once, I think that's something I'd love to see.
That's beautiful. And perhaps International Day of the Seafarer wouldn't need to exist either, although I hope it will help us move forward. Thank you. Tanuja, I'm going to come to you.
I think for me, firstly, it's when we are defining health, you cannot define any health without mental health being a part of it. And then sort of making mental health, psychological safety as a measurable means across our reporting standards, which means for people to talk about fatigue, distress, cultures, emotional safety on board. And again, the idea is that when people are talking about a lot more, our seafarers are talking about a lot more problems, and they're visible, which means we can then think about what to do about these problems and how to address them. Not speaking about them does not mean that there is a good picture and everything is great. But rather people talking about problems, I think is the best space to be in, which means we've offered safety to be able to talk about it. So measuring mental health and safety. Yeah.
Gosh, yes, I couldn't count the number of times I've been told we've got no complaints on board, as if it's a positive, and actually it's probably the opposite. It's true. Captain Costas.
Well, I totally agree with Captain Harry. I mean, and I will just add two words, which is value. We have to value them, respect value, and love in brackets. We need to lean upon them, and we need to be more sympathetic to them. It's a difficult job. I've done it for 15 years. Believe me, it's a very lonely, very difficult job, very demanding job. I lost my hair. You know, it can become physical also. So, so we need to lean upon them, value them, value what they do. And then I think things will become easier.
Wonderful, and thank you for sacrificing your hair. Finally, on this question, Katerina, I'm coming to you.
I will say that I agree with both captains, and actually, unfortunately, it is not one thing. This is the unfortunate thing. It's a lot of things, but what I would say is let's have all this noise created after COVID about welfare to translate it into action, to have some things done to push the market towards that things. We cannot talk about welfare when still people cannot get out in ports because they don't have visa, because there is war, because you cannot send a father back to his child that is sick due to the fact that there are not available tickets or not available safe airline routes. So all these factors should lead to a framework that seafarers are recognized key workers, and we should protect them. We should do a lot of things to protect them.
You're absolutely right. So we've got a bit of a wish list. Welfare noise turns into action, that we respect, value and love our seafarers, that we preserve mental health in a measurable way, that we have clear, fast communication with families at home, and that seafarers are central to any policies, decisions and processes on board. So it doesn't seem too much to ask. It almost seems like we're not ambitious enough, because we're really aiming at basic human rights here, aren't we? Which should be achievable. And I suppose in our last 10 minutes, I wonder whether I can ask, and perhaps you can volunteer for this one, that point that Katerina just made. How do we move from these intentions and that increased noise around welfare into action? And what is the role of commercial decision making? I'll let whoever would like to go first on that one.
May I?
Go for it, Harry.
Okay, it's not a straightforward answer, but it's all about devoting time. We get caught up in our normal lives. Not all our lives are actually dedicated to helping seafarers or mentoring youngsters going out to sea, etc. It's important for us to make sure we create that time, we create that space of security for them. I think we need to start a show. We need to start with the cadets, because I think if we catch them at that age, we instill the right values in them, they go better prepared out at sea. They know what they're going to expect rather than just land up over there and get surprised. This is not what I signed up for. So I think we can start with that small steps in our own backyards. We are spread out across the world. If we get that little bit of time, I wouldn't call it charity because that kind of takes it away. If we can devote that time to seafarers and youngsters when they're on leave, to get time with them, or maybe we can also encourage our organizations in the name of ESG, where the social part is for seafarers and their families in a marine business. If we can look to devote some time, some volunteering, maybe a little bit of charity and fundraising, it could go a long way. Small steps. You don't really have to kind of break the bank for it, but just baby steps, and it'll soon become a movement.
Great. So start to put our money where our mouth is and not try to aim for the win straight away, but get the pathway and the roadmap to get to it.
Absolutely.
Okay, Chirag, I'm going to come to you next.
Yeah, so previously I just mentioned about the seafarer-centered policies. So our first thing is that we need to have the policies and right policies in place. And then the thing about how do we implement that? Do we need to understand that how is it communicated well? Is it something which the seafarers understands that what does it means to them? And how are we going to make sure that the infrastructure to support that policy is going to be provided by the top leadership ashore is provided or not? At the same time, we recently launched about the Social Interaction Matters project, in which we are also looking at the, training social ambassadors on board. And what Captain Hari also mentioned, that volunteering, bringing people again back together, because I think if earlier, I think there are senior people out here at sea. When we used to sail at, earlier times, we used to all enjoy the time. It used to be a very lovely career. But what we hear from the seafarers nowadays, unfortunately, people don't interact with each other. The basic thing is that we are all human beings. We need to understand that. And yes, there are commercial pressures. Yes, there are a lot of other stuff which is happening on the sidewise, like the conflicts are happening and other stuff. But we still are humans, and we need that human touch on board. That's gone missing. The different cultures do not interact with each other, and we need to provide a platform for them to come again, talk to each other, play some games together, interact and socialize on board. And this is something, if we can try and achieve that. Shore leaves, we can still debate on whether it's going to be provided or not. The minimum crew, we can keep on debating whether the company is providing extra crew or not. That's something which is not in our hand. But at least let's start with the socializing the crew on board to make a better, happier environment on board. Thank you.
Build a happy crew. I love that. Thank you. Katerina, I was going to come to you next.
Just two things in order to complete our conversation and my point of view in about the Day of Seafarer and Welfare. To my eyes, we have to, let's say, cut the chain, because yes, crew welfare should be visible to every commercial transaction. Crew welfare is not separate from operational performance, but we have to cut the chain. The chain is that technology and all these regulations bring more requirements. Requirements demand more training. Training leads to fatigue. Inspections lead to fatigue. Even you have more crew on board, this cycle never ends. I mean, everyone should be trained. Everyone should be kept up with new technologies. Let's try to think about these 5, 4, 6 months that people are on board, the seafarers are on board, how many things they have to do, what are their daily routine, and on top of that, how much training do they have to take. And I have heard also cases that, and we had in our fleet the last years, a call in the port was very quick, but we have to do a lot of jobs. We have to take provisions. We have to undergo state control. We have to do other third-party inspections, and it's not normal. In 2 days, 3 days, how many things do these people can do on board?
Okay, so we need to create solutions that don't exacerbate the problem we were trying to counter, frankly. Captain Koskas, I know you'd like to say something.
Yes, we need to have, dedicated senior leadership teams ashore, that they take this in a very serious way. You know, as you mentioned before, it's not a tick the box exercise. Do we do that? Yes, okay. Do we launch campaigns? Yes. Okay, so we're fine. We need to be dedicated. The senior leadership team, the principals, the managing directors, the CEOs, those kind of people, they have to show true dedication. And the second thing is to inspire. We have to find ways to inspire our seafarers. And when I go to cruise seminars for our members, I always mention to captains and chief engineers that nowadays they are not just seafarers. The era of Captain Costas has passed. Now the master on board the ship is a modern CEO. Is exactly, you have a factory to run. A ship is a factory, multi-million-dollar operation carrying multi-million-dollar of cargo with the management of 20 different people, multicultural crews. So yes, the master is a CEO. He's not, he's not a captain as it used to be, the way we learn how to be captains. So we need to inspire them. We need, apart from the hard skills training, we need to give them inspirational training. I mean, soft skills, we need to enhance them. And this can only become true with the dedication of the senior leadership team.
Okay, it's an interesting point, and running it through the entire business. Thank you. We have a couple of minutes left. John, I don't know if you want to jump in with a final thought.
I believe it is a very tricky question, this one, and the more we stay here, the more we can discuss about it. The other panelists have done a great job, of course, stressing their points, and I completely agree, but I have to add something more in terms of, as more or less Captain Costa said, we need role models. And what better way to do this if, as a company, you act in a way that puts the human element first. This is what we strive to do in LATSCO as well, and we are very happy to report that also we have a crucial personnel who is managing crew department and is also part of the intertank committee. Having such cases in international committees that can affect and actually make a change is crucial, I believe, for the next day. We can make some kind of change for the future generations. Make something and treat welfare something like a necessity that it really is, not something as a luxury. Of course, as the other panelists said, commercial decision makers have a particular important role. The choices that everybody makes from schedules, resources, and budgets, and performance expectation as well, directly affect the onboard experience, and welfare outcomes should therefore be considered alongside operational and financial objectives.
Absolutely, absolutely, and as important as, and also being able to demonstrate how they affect those outcomes, presumably. And finally, I'd like to come to you, Tanuja, for a final thought.
I think everything that had to be said has already been said, but yeah, I think as you had also sort of earlier pointed out, that financials being influenced by that recognition, that financials being influenced by retention, incidents, and the kind of difficulties that the crew is facing on board, and which is being influenced by how happy and resilient the crew is. So I see that linkage between money, liability, and visibility of mental health concerns. I think when that is made across practices, I think that could help us sort of tackle all of those problems in a good, positive way.
Brilliant, thank you. What a nice way to round it up. We need to treat this in the holistic way that it demands to be treated, and really think about our seafarers as humans who have a role to play to build that resilience. That's all time we have for today, so I have nothing else to do apart from thank this fantastic panel for such deep and thoughtful insights and for sharing their own experience and leadership in this really critical area. And thank you to Safety for Sea for putting the team together. So thank you all.
Okay, then let's answer the first question. We look at even with the evolving ships and digitalization, we still have people on board and they remain human. So the human soft skills remain primary. We are looking at leadership and decision making under pressure continue to remain critical because despite technology or in spite of technology, the decision making rests on a human being. Therefore, the person on board, especially the management on board, should be able to decide well despite pressure and also lead well and make sure that the morale and the competence of the team remains at best despite challenges. Then comes, of course, human emotional intelligence and communications are very important. We are now hearing of stories where seafarers are more distant from each other. In the past, when they need to get things off their chest, when they're under pressure, they become champions for each other. They become like listening boards for each other. But I think with also so much distraction in the cell phone where they can go and hide into their cabins or into their computers, they are interacting less. This is, I think, a waste because in that sense, they lose out on human interactions, which is very much helpful to people who are in a very isolated environment like the vessel. We have to put more emphasis on that in time. Then human error continues to be the leading contributor in maritime incidents, notwithstanding technological advancements. Stress and poor communication continue to affect the operational safety and crew performance, according to the study of SIRC of Cardiff University. So these remain to be factors, notwithstanding digital advancements of the shipping industry. And for this reason, while the Filipino seafarers, for example, to whom I speak for, have long been valued globally for professionalism, adaptability, and resilience, this would remain in the forefront as qualities that are essential in a very automated environment. Technology may evolve continuously, but safe and effective shipping will still depend on strong human judgment and responsible leadership. So this answers my first question. Connectivity is very important, primarily because the seafarers are able to stay connected with families, loved ones, and their communities, their friends, even while they are physically removed due to their work at sea. But the constant connectivity also can blur the line between work, rest, and personal recovery. This is the challenge that we are now starting to experience, now starting to recognize. And the added thing is also the quest for more likes or reactions or engagements on social media that add to the pressure. And the continuous online engagement can also be a source of stress instead of relief. So seafarers, like all of us, need uninterrupted rest. We need time for mental recovery and healthy boundaries. Notwithstanding still technology, according to IMO, the fatigue remains one of the most critical risks affecting seafarers' safety, well-being, and reduce cognitive performance at sea. And this is linked to fatigue, sleep disruption, mental strain as well. Therefore, that has to be addressed, and that is where we draw the line, as per your question. And we already know from many studies that human beings withdraw so much from social interaction. Isolation is a big problem, and stress and poor work health balance affect the seafarers in a more serious way, given that the workplace is already isolated or removed from the communities. And for this reason, we have to draw or more attention to this situation, perhaps be mindful and be more conscious in encouraging the seafarers to interact more, to rest more, to be mindful of their sleep while they are on board. So what we are seeing is that people are now eating up on their rest time because they're catching or they're spending more time online. This should not happen because social media or connectivity cannot replace rest. And technology is just a tool and remains to be a tool that serves the seafarers and should not be something that demands constantly the attention of the seafarers. That is the answer to the second question. For me, there's just one indicator. When the crew is excited to go back to ship, to their vessels, then that means we have done things right. We have fed them well. We have given them the proper rest. They have the right support. They are proud of what they have accomplished on board. They do not feel that the work has become a sacrifice or a removal from their daily life. They have peace of mind. The excitement to go back to be on board again is there despite the end of their contract. We see that in a lot of our seafarers, actually, when they come home, they are in the offices. Some are dragging their feet and extending their vacation time, while others are eager to go back. And it is not because of issues at home, but because they're simply happy to follow the schedule and proud of what they have accomplished in the vessels. We have also seen the seafarers boasting about what they have done, how they have turned around the vessel, and that the fact that they have been recognized for that efforts, those stories continue to linger. And those are the things that we are looking for when the seafarer comes home to us here in the manning agency. If they're excited, if they are happy talking about their experience on board, if they feel that their contribution has been appreciated, that means we have done things right in running the vessel. The crew well-being would mean that they should not feel like a dispensable tool after disembarkation. It is not just about the productivity, but as human beings, we want to feel that our contribution is valued, that our work has made impact, and that we are cared for. This is the end to the third question.
Yeah, thank you so much for the question. So within the shipping industry, for a long period of time, we have measured aspects in terms of environmental sustainability or even in terms of the tons of CO2 which is emitted. And so when we look at sort of human side or human sustainability aspect of it, we have to become equally rigorous in terms of measuring the metrics around human cost, and which includes psychological well-being, which also includes aspects like dignity, mutual respect, access to support, access to mental health services, aspects around even shore leave, or even not access their right to ensure that there is no harm if they are reporting or if seafarers are talking about the mental health concerns that they're experiencing. We have a lot of data which tells us that seafarers report poor mental health experiences or poor mental health scores almost in critically two two domains consistently, which is fatigue. And the second is also in terms of levels of anxiety and levels of depression. So both of these aspects really contribute to recognizing the degree of mental well-being and the status of mental health that the seafarers are experiencing. Now, when we look at such high presence of mental health concerns, what it also means that we are looking at this being impacted to a larger workforce. We are also seeing that the larger seafarer workforce is being depleted faster than it can be replenished. So therefore, when we look at human sustainability or seafarer crew welfare, it's not just one problem in isolation. It's also then a contributing problem, which is going to have an impact on the supply chain of the professionals present within the profession itself. So human sustainability, therefore, is something that connects both those things. It's not just individual well-being, it's also professionally, how well are we able to be prepared for what is coming in the future. So when we think about sort of mental health and human sustainability, you can have brilliant infrastructure and you can have brilliant tools which are present and brilliant technology which is present on board. But all of that means nothing if we don't have brilliant practitioners who are going to brilliant seafarers who are going to feel motivated, happy, to be able to, and resilient to be able to show up in their workplace. So that's the critical aspect of why we should focus on human sustainability. Thank you so much for sharing this question. So I think we look at sort of reporting, and reporting is a very critical aspect when we talk about well-being rights or even when we talk about dignity. We understand from the present data that often rest logs or many of these data points are underreported. So fatigue, rest is underreported. When we match multiple reports and draw a comparison, we see that crews regularly experience not getting enough rest and experience high level of fatigue, but don't talk about it. So when we talk about reporting, the first thing that I want to highlight is that safe reporting requires honest reporting requires safety. When a person feels safe, they are going to be honest about what they're experiencing, what are the problems, what are the challenges. The second, when we look at mental health related reporting, we are looking at mental health related reporting only after there is an incident, only after there is a crisis, only after there is some sort of a problem that has occurred. We are not measuring everyday well-being. We are not measuring everyday resilience. We are not measuring how I feel vis-a-vis my work, vis-a-vis my team members, and how supported I feel on an everyday basis, because those individuals on board are the family that I have access to. So looking at mental health, not only from a crisis perspective, but also bringing in reporting on mental health from a preventive and an everyday mental health well-being perspective. And the lastly is also sort of, while there are MLC frameworks which also look at sort of challenges in terms of supporting the seafarers, but aspects such as unpaid wages, fatigue, abandonment, restricted shore leave, these are also issues that contribute. So we need to have better procedures to be able to extend support, particularly during these times, because we know that these are high stress times. So rapid crisis response, continuous psychosocial support being offered during such incidents, during such periods to the seafarer as well as the family member and the crew and master on board can help us support the team so that they are able to sail through some of these difficult periods. I think the first aspect is that to be able to bring in and measure psychological safety across multiple tools that are currently collecting data. And when we are talking about psychological safety, it's not the same as satisfaction survey. When we are talking about do I feel like I enjoy life? Do I feel like I get enough rest? Do I feel like I'm able to connect with other people around me? Do I feel energized when I wake up? Of questions that will allow us to measure well-being and mental health. We cannot improve what we cannot track. And therefore, sort of being able to tracking data anonymously, if it is even, will allow us to understand where is it that we need to invest in mental health. So first thing I will say is tracking. The secondary aspect is also looking at mental health, not only as a good to have, as I was saying earlier, but looking at making mental health support available in various forms. What is it that the master can be trained for to be able to offer good social relationships on board? What is it that the leaders can be trained for, which will allow them to prioritize mental health of their crews and of their ships consistently whenever they are engaging with them? What is it that we can bring in form of policies and in form of guidelines, which will force organizations and maritime companies to be able to prioritize mental health and well-being for seafarers? So, and of course, within this, then professional counseling support as and when needed for seafarers, their family members, or the shore staff as well. So when I'm looking at mental health in this manner, we are talking about building mental health as a part of multiple ecosystems. We are not talking about mental health being offered in an isolated manner through a number and a helpline and a counselor, but rather allowing it to seep through multiple layers of the organization. The last aspect that I also want to say is that all of this does not matter if there is no accountability for any of these issues. So putting people in designated individuals responsible for ensuring that these programs are implemented, the data is something that is collected, that the kind of support that is needed is extended. So holding individuals accountable through policies is something that is really critical, and which when we have some of those guiding principles, we know what is the pathway that is to be followed to be able to reach those principles. So I think certain aspects, coming back to what we were talking about earlier, is in terms of for a seafarer to be able to experience dignity, respect, autonomy, to be able to choose freely, and to be able to serve their work without any sort of harm, but also while they are serving the work and serving their contract period, to be able to do that with joy and to be able to do that with happiness. Now, all of that can become possible if we ensure that they get adequate rest, they have reliable connectivity. There is also a culture on board which allows people to build relationships, which allows people to check in with each other and seeking support from each other. So a culture that really sort of supports a normalized supports and normalizes accessing mental health and well-being. Much like you have a first aid kit available on board and you may use it for any injuries or any harm that may happen. Similarly, offering psychological first aid in that manner, which would allow people to access support early on and not go through their problems in isolation. On shore, what it also means, sort of reintegration of that support that acknowledges psychological cost of long rotations, or even in terms of challenges in terms of returning to family life after a long period of time, which is also then at the same time creates a negative impact in terms of how an individual is experiencing their mental health. So we're talking about bifold responsibility, whereby the regulations and the rules prioritize psychological well-being, but also people, when they are on board, they are able to be happy, they are able to be healthy, so that the family as well as the seafarer can say that, are not trying to survive their time during their contracts, but are really able to thrive and are really able to experience happiness while they're there.
One of the most underestimated challenges is the constant mental load seafarers carry. Isolation, interrupted sleep, long periods away from family, and the pressure of operating in a high-risk environment, they all accumulate over time. From ashore, we often focus on technical performance, but behind every safe vessel is a human being managing stress, fatigue, and responsibility 24/7. At Health for Crew, we focus on combining medical support with prevention and continuity of care. This includes, of course, 24/7 telemedical assistance, mental well-being support, and structured medical records, follow-up care after incidents, and data-driven health insights. All this data moves into integrated wellness initiatives, whether they are bespoke training for the crew or posters to see on board. Our goal is to move beyond a reactive healthcare and create a more proactive and human-centered support system for crews. Crew well-being is finally becoming a strategic discussion rather than just a compliance topic. My vision is that maritime healthcare becomes far more preventative, personalized, and integrated into everyday operations. Seafarer well-being should be treated as a key operational KPI, not simply as a response to emergencies. We need to invest in people with the same seriousness that we invest in vessels and technology. That means better support systems, continuous learning, mental health awareness, and creating career environments where younger generations can genuinely see a sustainable future at sea. First and foremost, thank you. Global trade, supply chains, and everyday life depend on the work seafarers do, often far away from public attention. The industry must continue working toward a future where seafarers feel safer, healthier, more supported, and more valued than ever before. We value you, and thank you.
Well, fresh produce typically takes between 10 to 14 days on a voyage. And that means that crews are left dependent on frozen, preserved food for the rest of the rotation. And that can take months or weeks. That non-fresh oriented dietary habits are resulting in around 70% of seafarers which are overweight or obese. So lack of fresh food and vegetables are a persistent source of dissatisfaction in that regard. The consequences of poor nutrition span across a lot of physical health challenges, cardiovascular challenges, first and foremost, diabetes-oriented ones, metabolic, digestive solution challenges, and I think it translates very clearly also to fatigue, non-controlled fatigue, especially over long shifts. So the right nutrition provides the right conditions that shape alertness, mood, and resilience over time. We should frame it as a continuous controllable condition rather than a single cause of any one outcome. And so if we measure it correctly and make sure it improves, we will see a very clear correlation between that to satisfaction and safety. The solution was designed from the beginning to create minimal workload for the seafarer. The unit connects to the ship's vessel. The unit connects to the vessel's waterline and refills automatically. The AI agronomist manages the light, the irrigation, the nutrient dosing, and the timing. No soil or other farming experience are required. So the crew tasks are very light and prompted by the application. We expect them to load the capsules, to harvest when notified, to top up nutrients when the levels run low. And the AI agronomist provides plain language messages telling the crew exactly what to do next. So the system removes the decision-making and also the labor from the equation. Capsules and nutrients are monitored automatically by our systems and are resupplied roughly every half a year. So there is no need for ordering or planning purposes. It's all being solved and addressed by us. On nutrition, a steady supply of fresh, nutrient-rich greens throughout the voyage, rather than just the 2 first weeks, harvested at peak freshness, is an amazing change, which seafarers appreciate very much, as well as the nutrient values for it. On a mental well-being, a living, growing presence in an otherwise industrial environment provides a routine, a small sense of control, and a shared activity around the harvest and the meals. Much of today's well-being infrastructure responds once problems are visible. This is a preventive built-in measure that actually creates an improvement on the daily activities. In addition to that, in this day and age, with some challenges that we've experienced lately, with events like the Hormuz Straits, the fact that there is a constant supply of fresh vegetables, regardless of frequency of visiting ports or regardless of the uncertainty, even for safety of seafarers, provides another reassuring element that increases the well-being for a seafarer. Young seafarers expect a health-conscious food, autonomy, and conditions that support well-being, narrowing the gap between what they experience on the vessel and when they're ashore. This matters against the projected shortfall of about 90,000 seafarers by 2026. So there is a challenge of retaining and maintaining a good, solid seafarer talent. Quality of life is becoming a genuine differentiator. Food is one of the most consistent and emotional resonant parts of life at sea, which makes it material to retention. External HR benchmarks put the cost of replacing an experienced officer at 6 to 9 months of salary. So better food on board is a visible signal of care, and one that operators can act on quite quickly. So the first message is really to stop treating food as a catering line item. Start treating it as a part of the operating environment that shapes safety, performance, and retention. It should be carefully monitored, and it should be treated as one of the key elements in maintaining crew satisfaction and safety. Second message is that the technology now exists to close the fresh food gap in a cost-effective manner that does not overload the seafarer's workload. And that is very, very significant. So fresh thinking about food is a particular investment in loyalty, resilience, and long-term competitiveness. This is not a luxury. It's an important part of future technologies that would escort this industry forward.
Viewers and friends, we are pleased to welcome you to the 2026 Crew Welfare Awards. Remaining true to our annual appointment during the last week of June and as part of the landmark Crew Welfare Week, we are delighted to present this important set of awards once again. Organized by Safety4Sea, the Crew Welfare Awards have, over the past 5 years, become a benchmark for recognizing excellence in crew well-being and wellness across the maritime industry. As we continue to acknowledge the human-centered nature of shipping, discussions around improving the living and working conditions of seafarers must remain high on the industry agenda. In particular, the recent tensions in the Middle East have once again highlighted the realities faced by seafarers operating in high-risk regions and the urgent need for meaningful action. Thousands remain stranded, exposed not only to physical danger but also to prolonged psychological strain. While efforts continue to address safety and operational challenges, there is growing recognition that mental health and well-being must be treated as an immediate priority. Life at sea has always demanded resilience, with long periods away from home and challenging working conditions shaping the profession. Today, we turn our attention to the heart of this event, recognizing the impactful actions and initiatives taken by industry stakeholders to enhance crew welfare and improve life at sea. But before we reveal this year's winners, let us first walk you through the awards procedure. Category, we are pleased to shortlist a few candidates who have excelled in demonstrating excellence in any aspect of crew welfare. The 2026 Crew Welfare Tanker Operator Award goes to Bahri Ship Management. Congratulations! joined by Captain Yasser Hashem to accept this award.
Good day, everyone. My name is Captain Yasser Hashem, and I am the Fleet Personnel Director in Bahri Ship Management. First of all, I would like to thank the Safety for Sea team for this recognition and for presenting Bahri Ship Management with the 2026 Crew Welfare Tanker Operator Award. At Bahri Ship Management, we believe that taking care of our seafarers is not only an operational priority, but also a responsibility that we carry across the company. Our workforce is the center of everything we do, and this recognition reflects the collective effort of our seafarers and shore team and leadership across the company. With more than 5,000 seafarers from over 58 nationalities sailing across our fleet, we continue to focus on building a safe and a supportive and inclusive work environment through a strong safety culture, onboard training, leadership development, and continuous crew engagement. This commitment is also reflected in our operational and safety performance across the fleet, including a strong tanker vetting and port state control results, which we believe they are closely connected to our seafarers, their well-being, and our engagement with our seafarers on board. We also remain committed to support their career growth and future maritime talent through a cadet development program and a career progression opportunities for our seafarers, as well as initiatives such as the Next Wave projects with IMO. At the same time, we continue to explore digital solutions and operational improvements to better support our crew on board to make their day-to-day operations safer, more efficient, and more convenient. Most importantly, I have to thank all our seafarers, and especially their families, for their dedication, commitment, and continuous support. This award truly belongs to them. Finally, thank you once again, Safety for Sea team, for this award.
Let's move on to the second category for today and look at the dry bulk operators who have contributed towards enhanced crew welfare. The 2026 Crew Welfare Dry Bulk Operator Award goes to Birch Bulk. Congratulations! Welcome Mr. Rajmohan Venkateswaran to hear a few words about his company's role in enhancing crew welfare.
On behalf of Bulk, thank you to the organizers, judges, and everyone who voted for us. We are honored to receive the Crew Welfare Dry Bulk Operator Award and are encouraged to see our efforts in crew welfare and well-being recognized by the industry. At Bulk, we know that safe and efficient operations start with the people. Myself being a seafarer, we fully understand the seafarers' spend long periods away from home and often work in demanding conditions. So, supporting their well-being is not optional, it is essential. Through our You Matter program, we invest in practical support for crew, including psychological first aid, training, care buddies on board every vessel, mental health resources, and well-being initiatives that help our people stay connected and supported at sea. This award reflects the commitment from teams across the organization, including Marine HR, masters, officers, crew, and colleagues ashore, who work together every day to have a stronger and more supportive culture on board our vessels. Most importantly, thank you to our seafarers and their families. Your professionalism, resilience, and dedication are what keep Belokas moving mountains around the world safely, efficiently, and sustainably. This recognition belongs to you. Thank you once again for this honor.
Seafarers face a wide range of daily challenges while working at sea, making crew welfare more important than ever. Fortunately, many dedicated crew managers are leading the way in creating better living and working conditions on board. Let's now take a look at the video showcasing the shortlisted crew managers in this award category. The 2026 Crew Welfare Crew Manager Award goes to Magsay. Congratulations! Time to hear from Mr. Arnold Javier about his company's initiatives.
Good day, everyone. On behalf of Magsaysay Maritime Corporation, we sincerely thank Safety for Sea for this meaningful recognition and for continuously providing a platform that highlights the importance of crew welfare in the maritime industry. We are deeply honored to receive the Crew Welfare Manager Award. At Magsaysay, crew welfare has always been rooted in one belief: when seafarers are cared for holistically, not only as professionals, but as people, they become safer, stronger, and more resilient, both sea and shore. This belief inspired our integrated welfare framework called Magsaysay Total Enrichment and Resilience System, or MATTERS, which supports thousands of Filipino seafarers worldwide through programs focused on safety, continuous learning, mental wellness, digital accessibility, career growth, and family-centered support. But more than the system and programs, this recognition truly belongs to our seafarers and their families. To our crew members, thank you for your trust, dedication, and sacrifice. Your resilience continues to inspire us to do better every day. To your families, thank you for the quiet strength and unwavering support you provide every successful voyage. This award belongs to you as well. We also share this recognition with our shore-based teams, training professionals, principals, and partners who continue to work with us in building a culture where crew welfare is not simply a requirement, but a genuine commitment. As the maritime industry continues to evolve, may we continue putting people at the center of everything we do. because at the end of every voyage, beyond preparation and performance, it is the well-being of our seafarers that truly matters. Maraming salamat.
Our fourth award category honors service providers who have made a meaningful impact in promoting safe, healthy, and respectful living and working conditions at sea. Let's now watch the video featuring the shortlisted nominees. Congratulations to Inmarsat Maritime for winning the 2026 Crew Welfare Service Provider Award. Joined by the company's representative to accept the award. Let's hear how they embrace a holistic approach to crew welfare.
Thank you to Safety4Sea and everyone who voted for us for this recognition. It truly means a lot to the people behind Inmarsat Cares. We started this with a simple belief that shipping's most important assets is truly its people. Today, rightly so, connectivity is considered a basic human right, and we want to make sure that everyone working at sea has reliable access to it. It is through solutions like Nexus Wave that we want to help seafarers stay close to the people that matter in their lives, to manage a life back home, and to feel just a little bit less alone on those long voyages.
But Inmarsat Cares has always been about more than technology. It's about listening to seafarers. It's about making sure that their voices are heard across our channels so that they can be part of the wider conversations that are shaping our sector. We want to thank all the crew who shared their stories with us. This award is theirs too. We'd also like to thank our colleagues and our partners who believe as we do in a more human-centered maritime world. We're proud of what Inmarsat Cares has achieved, and we're even more excited about what comes next. Thanks.
With this award category, we are happy to shortlist a few non-profit organizations which have put seafarers' well-being on top of their agenda. The winner of the 2026 Crew Welfare Non-Profit Organization Award is the Maritime Anti-Corruption Network. Congratulations! by Casper Nielsen to accept the award on behalf of the winning organization.
Hello everyone, my name is Casper Nielsen. On behalf of the Maritime Anti-Corruption Network, or MACN in short, I'm honored to accept the 2026 Crew Welfare Award for a non-profit organization in recognition of MACN's help desk. We're grateful to Safety4Sea for this initiative and to everyone who voted for us. MACN is a global industry alliance of more than 230 shipping companies working together with governments and civil society to tackle corruption and strengthen integrity across the maritime industry. Through collective action, we bring the industry and authorities together to establish port operations that are more transparent, predictable, and efficient. Corruption is not only a compliance or cost issue, it's also a crew welfare issue. Every day, seafarers face demands for unofficial payments, arbitrary fines, or even threats of delays or detention if they reject these demands and stand their ground. These situations create enormous pressure and uncertainty, and they can affect both the vessel's safety and the well-being of the crews. The MACN Help Desk was created to support seafarers and companies in exactly these situations. First and foremost, the Help Desk is a preparation tool. Before calling any high-risk port, the captain submits a pre-arrival notification, a PAN, and then the Help Desk sends country-specific guidance on how best to prepare the crew and the vessel to mitigate corrupt demands. And in certain countries, the Help Desk also provides real-time escalation, allowing corrupt demands to be reported safely and addressed through MACN's official collaboration with the authorities. This supports captains and crews by reducing direct confrontation and allowing seafarers to stay focused on safe operation. The first help desk was launched in Nigeria in 2019, and since then the model has expanded to India, Egypt, and Ukraine. The help desk has helped thousands of vessels prepare for port calls and has supported resolution of more than 200 corruption incidents. And more importantly, it has helped protect seafarers in these situations while preventing delays and any associated costs. This award is a recognition of the collective efforts of MACN members, but also local partners and governments, but not least the seafarers and the companies who continue to engage with us and report these incidents. Thank you again for this honor. We're really proud to receive this award, and we look forward to continuing to protect seafarer welfare by fighting corruption in ports around the world.
Embracing diversity and inclusivity is not just the right thing to do. It's the foundation of a positive, respectful, and supportive working culture that uplifts seafarers and enhances their well-being at sea. Let's take a look at the organizations that have made significant contributions toward creating a more diverse and inclusive industry. The 2026 Crew Welfare Diversity and Inclusion Award goes to Hafnia. Congratulations! words from Shivas Kapoor about how they support diversity and inclusion.
Hello everyone. On behalf of Hafnia, I am honored to accept this award in recognition of the Hafnia's Culture Lab on behalf of everyone who has contributed to this journey. This includes our seafarers on board selected vessels and all our colleagues ashore whose commitment and support have helped turn the Culture Lab from idea to reality. The Hafnia Culture Lab began as a proof of concept across 2 vessels and has since expanded to a dedicated pool of 9 vessels which now operate under new normal global conditions. From the beginning, our ambition was to better understand what it takes from both a cultural and a leadership perspective to create an environment at sea where people can thrive professionally and personally in a safe, inclusive, and supportive workplace. The findings to the Culture Lab have been meaningful to both Hafnia and we hope the wider industry. We are proud to share our insights transparently and contribute to the broader conversation around the future of life at sea. Our take at Hafnia is that diversity is not a separate agenda from operational excellence and fulfilling at sea careers. We believe that when supported by strong leadership, governance, and consistent implementation, they become drivers of stronger teams, greater belonging, and better performance. I would like to thank our seafarers and our onboard leadership teams and everyone across Hafnia who has supported this initiative. Their professionalism and commitment have been central to everything we have achieved. While we are proud of this recognition, we remain equally focused on the work still ahead. Thank you.
Up next are 2 special Crew Welfare Awards dedicated to individuals who have made a lasting impact on crew welfare throughout their careers. The 2026 Crew Welfare Personality Award honors a key industry stakeholder for her outstanding dedication to crew welfare and well-being. Congratulations to Mei Wong, CEO of Circle Digital Ventures and co-chair of All Aboard Alliance, for developing tools that empower seafarers directly. From safety technologies providing real-time protection and early warnings in high-risk environments to telemedicine and well-being services that give crew members access to medical and psychological support at sea, May tackles the real challenges of daily life for seafarers. It's time to hear a few words from Mei Wong.
Hello all. Firstly, thank you very much to Safety4Sea for this honor. This recognition belongs to many people. Firstly, to my team who has stood by me, the partners who have supported me and shared this journey with me, and most importantly, I would really like to dedicate these recognitions to the 2 million seafarers around the world. To these people who spend their lives away from home, who miss moments most of us take for granted, but continue to show up to keep the world moving. I have been in shipping for about 20 years. I was privileged to become a young ship owner, and I still remember hiring my first crews. They became an extension to the company, and that was the first time I understood the responsibility of looking after them. But over the years, that responsibility became something much deeper. Because when things become close and personal, they change you. When you sit beside a mother who has lost her child to suicide on board, when you meet a pregnant wife who will never see her husband again because he lost his life at sea, when a seafarer tells you he's worried about sending money home so his children can stay in school, those moments stay with you forever. And I think it is in those moments you realize that if you are in a position to make even a small difference, then you also carry a responsibility to try. I still do not understand why life is still so difficult for many seafarers today. I do not understand why so much of our workforce still depends on charities for support. And I do not understand why, despite all the conversations around seafarers' welfare, the data continues to show a decline in their well-being. But what I do understand is that those of us who can help have a responsibility to stand in the gap for them. My father taught me everything about being of service to others, and I think my life in shipping would not have the same meaning if I could not use whatever positions or privilege I have to stand in that gap for the seafarers too. Because global shipping depends on them, we need them. Almost 300 years ago, the first seafarer charity started because people already recognized that life at sea could be lonely, dangerous, and difficult. Since then, generations after generations of people have continued trying to stand in that gap and care for them. The people across the industry, welfare workers, families, and people who chose to care for seafarers, often without recognitions and simply because they felt it mattered. I do not think any of us alone would change the industry overnight, but I do believe every generation has a responsibility to move things forward, even a little. And in our time, if we can help create even a small shift where seafarers feel safer, healthier, more supported, and less alone, then maybe that is meaningful. This award is not something I see as an achievement. I see it as a reminder to continue to stand in the gap where we can. However imperfectly we do it for the people who keep this world moving. Mother Teresa once said, not all of us can do great things, but we can do small things with great love. My hope is that one day, seafarers will receive the same respect we give to ship owners. Because without ship owners, there will be no seafarers, but equally, without seafarers, there will be no ship owners. Thank you very much for this honor, and thank you everyone for walking this journey with us.
Last but not least, the 2026 Crew Welfare Leadership Award recognizes an individual who has pioneered within the maritime industry, showcasing innovative leadership. Congratulations to Professor Maximo Mejia for his leadership in advancing global maritime education and governance. As president of the World Maritime University, he has made a significant contribution to the welfare of seafarers worldwide and to the promotion of human and sustainable maritime practices. Words from Professor Maximo Mejia.
I am deeply honored to accept the Safety for Sea Crew Welfare Leadership Award, which I humbly accept on behalf of the many mentors, colleagues, seafarers, co-workers, and friends who have shaped my personal maritime journey over the past 4 decades. When I joined the United States Naval Academy as a young midshipman, I could not have imagined the fascinating maritime career that would unfold before me. My professional path has unequivocally strengthened my commitment to crew welfare as I progressed from service in the Philippine Navy and the Philippine Coast Guard to studying at the World Maritime University, and sometime after that becoming a WMU faculty member. While I have been at WMU since 1998, I had the honor of serving as the administrator of the Maritime Industry Authority of the Philippines, which included serving the needs of over 500,000 Filipino registered seafarers from 2013 to 2016, before then returning to WMU and eventually being appointed president of the university in June of 2023. I mention these career milestones because they reflect my personal journey that encompasses seafaring, academia, and maritime administration. The majority of my career has focused on maritime law, policy, and an abiding belief in the importance of integrating well-being into administrative systems. Crew welfare is not separate from safety, efficiency, or sustainability. It is in fact foundational to all three. Through education, research, and international cooperation, we must continue to strengthen policies and practices that protect the dignity, well-being, and professional development of seafarers worldwide. Rapid technological growth must be matched by equally strong welfare measures for crews. We cannot embrace the future of shipping without securing a just transition for our seafarers. As president of WMU, it is both a privilege and a duty to support the advancement of global maritime education, ensuring that the next generation of industry leaders carries the priority of crew welfare forward. I accept the Safety for Sea Crew Welfare Leadership Award with humility and sincerely dedicate this award to all seafarers, too many of whom are stranded by conflict in the Gulf region, and many others who face increasing risks in other parts of the globe. This award gives me added inspiration and continued determination to champion crew welfare, because seafarers will always be at the heart of our industry and indispensable for its success.
As we now come to the conclusion of this year's ceremony, on behalf of the Safety for Sea team, I would like to once again congratulate all winners and shortlisted nominees of the 2026 Crew Welfare Awards. Through their initiatives and commitment, they not only strengthen crew welfare, but also set an example for the entire maritime industry. They remind us that a comprehensive and human-centered approach to crew welfare is essential for building a more attractive, sustainable, and resilient shipping industry. Seafarers are the heart of global shipping, and their well-being must become an integral part of everyday maritime culture and leadership practice. Their contribution remains vital to global trade, humanitarian support, and sustainable development worldwide. As we prepare to celebrate the Day of the Seafarer in 2 days' time, let us join forces to continue actively supporting seafarers and their families. A heartfelt thank you to all our viewers and friends for your ongoing support, and to the dedicated Safety for Sea team for their hard work in bringing this virtual celebration to life. Stay tuned to Safety for Sea and enjoy the rest of the 6th Crew Welfare Week.